Chapter 1. Paul Pulowski glanced around his dingy one-room flat and grinned. "Well, old boy," he reflected with a cold, bitter humor, "you've seen better times than this. Not that being stuck in the Upper West Side of New York City was too bad, just a damn nightmare." It was a cold water flat with a small single bed occupying most of the room. An old beat-up dresser leaned on 3 legs against one wall, the 4th leg being an old telephone directory that someone had put underneath ages ago. The pages of the book had turned yellow from age, but at least it held the drawer firm. Paul tossed his legs over the iron-framed bed and got up slowly. Raising his arms over his head, he stretched his 6'2" frame, then ran his hands through his curly black hair. He stumbled over toward the sink and turned on the water. There was no hot and cold faucet, only one faucet, and only cold water came out of it. He made a face before shoving both hands under the water and tossing the chilly water back onto himself. The shock of the water completely awakened him. "Now maybe I can act like a man," Paul said loudly, having long ago fallen into the habit of talking to himself. Removing an old comb with 6 of the teeth missing, Paul used it to fix his hair so that it wouldn't look as if he had just gotten out of bed. He then went to work on his teeth, brushing them with an old yellow toothbrush that has seen better days. Satisfied with his morning toilet, Paul removed a clean white shirt from the dresser and laid it out on the bed. Pulling back the mattress, he removed a pair of black pants that he had placed there the night before. It was the system he used to press his pants, wrapping the legs in newspapers, then placing them under the mattress. It was a cheap way to take the wrinkles out. After checking the pants to make sure they were wrinkle-free, Paul removed some clean socks from the dresser and placed them next to the other clothes on the bed. His shorts were hanging on a hanger over the sink. He removed the freshly washed underwear from the hanger, and then he placed them on the bed. Paul checked his watch to make sure he wasn't running late for his appointment. It was just 11:30. He still had an hour and a half to kill. He debated on whether or not he should take a bath, but since the bathtub was down the hall next to the second-floor toilet, he decided against taking one. One of these days, he promised himself, I'm going to have me an apartment with a bath and private toilet right here for my personal use. Just to kill more of the extra time he had on his hands, Paul began to wash up in the sink, making sure he scrubbed thoroughly under his arms. When he finished, he reached for a can of deodorant on the wooden shelf over the sink. He cursed loudly as he shook the can and found it empty. "Next time I sell another short story, I'm going to buy me at least 2 fucking cans of this shit," he promised himself. But then he remembered that he was going on an interview for a job, and that he might not have to wait for his next royalty check from his publishers for his 2 paperback books. A writer's life was pure hell, he reflected. Sometimes he had a few extra dollars in March or September when his royalty checks arrived, but the other months were hell unless the writer happened to be a good money manager. But to find a writer who could manage money was rare, because anyone who was adept at it would have enough common sense to pick a better livelihood. As Paul began to dress with care, he glanced in the tiny mirror over the dresser. Shaggy brows and bright, friendly blue eyes glared back at him. He ran his hand over the well-trimmed Van Dyke beard as he gravely scrutinized the large Jewish nose that revealed his true heritage. Even though Paul was Polish, his mother had been Jewish, something he was deeply proud of. Even as he glanced in the mirror, old memories that he tried to keep buried began to awaken. The day in Germany, when his father had welcomed his mother's parents to their house. He had made him move across the street to his uncle's home under the pretext that his grandparents needed his room. At the time, Paul didn't understand it, being just 12 years old, but he felt something was wrong. In the past, whenever his grandparents came to visit, they had always stayed in the guest room, never needing Paul's bedroom. But on this occasion, Paul was told to move and not to come across the street until one of his parents came over after him. 1938. The year that Paul saw the German soldiers come and put the yellow Star of David on the front door. It wasn't until much later that Paul realized that his father could have escaped the madness that came their way, but he had stayed right beside his wife. Paul never found out what really happened to his parents and grandparents, but he liked to believe that his father was allowed to stay beside the woman he loved until the very last moment. It was a romantic thought, but one that he cherished deeply. The day after the truck came and took his parents and grandparents, Paul's uncle made the necessary arrangements, and before Paul knew what was happening, he found himself in Paris until he was 18. Paul spent his years in boarding schools. His uncle had died before the end of the war, so Paul was left on his own rather early in life. The little bit of money that came out of Germany to him was spent on his education. Before his college days were over, Paul had to find a job to help finish his education. "Now," he said grimly into the mirror, "you Jewish Polak bastard, let's get on uptown and overwhelm these with your grand nobility." Paul slipped on his suit coat, took one more glance into the mirror, then brushed off some imaginary dust from the lapel of the dark sport coat. He adjusted the black tie he had put on for the occasion and made ready to depart. One quick glance down at his shoes made him hesitate. He took a quick look at his watch, then hurried over to the dresser and searched around under the shirts and shorts until he found an old t-shirt. He examined the shirt carefully before deciding to use it to wipe off his shoes. He took out some polish and quickly applied some to the toe of each shoe. Using an old brush he got out of the top drawer, he brushed the shoes carefully. When he finished, the shoes shined expertly. It was always this way when he worked, never wasting a moment and not spending much time. Spring was in the air. Paul could smell it as he raised his head like a hound dog on the hunt. Even here in New York, a man could smell the freshness of spring. Some of the gutters still held dirty water from the ice that had melted long ago. The water didn't have anywhere to drain off to because the drains were still plugged from the trash of last fall. It was only down in the ghetto that a person encountered such neglect. Here on 87th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam, the blacks, poor whites, and Hispanics were trapped in their own private prison. Some would never rise up out of the poverty that surrounded them. The lucky ones would eventually earn enough money from selling drugs or have the money their women would earn to leave. Yet most of them wouldn't move because they were frightened of the outside world. This was the only world they knew, the slums with the hustlers and bums falling over each other. So they would live and die in their ghetto, afraid of the outside. Paul waved to the elderly black man who sold newspapers on the corner. The man waved back as Paul went by. Peddlers moved up and down the street, calling out at customers and friends alike so that there was a constant cacophony of voices. A visitor touring through these parts would many times be lost and frightened by the strange sounds coming up from the bowels of the city. Paul reached the subway and ran down the steps quickly, taking two at a time. A train had come in, but there was no hurry. Another one would come roaring through in less than 5 minutes. After paying his fare, Paul hurried on, reaching the train before the doors closed. He jumped into the second car right before the doors began to close. It took less than 10 minutes before Paul was downtown. He made his way out of the subterranean station and found 54th Street. Removing a small piece of paper from his pocket, he studied the address carefully, then folded the paper neatly and put it in his pocket. The sidewalks were crowded with people. Again, Paul wondered idly just where all these people could be going. Every time he came downtown, he was overwhelmed by the crowds. Even at night, the streets and sidewalks were jammed with people, most of them seeming to be in a hurry to get wherever it was they were going. Paul almost passed by the building he was searching for. He stepped back a few paces, then entered the dingy-looking building. He stepped in the lobby and examined the directory on the far wall. He ran his fingers down the names of the occupants until he found what he was looking for. The Evening Star was at the bottom of the list. The large lobby led to 3 elevators. Paul took the first one and punched the button for the 4th floor. He wondered if the rest of the elevators were as dilapidated as the one he was using. The elevator moved slowly upward, cranking loudly. Paul raised his eyes toward heaven as if in prayer, then noticed the escape door in the ceiling. He speculated on how an elderly person would go about getting out in an emergency. He would be hard-pressed himself to reach the escape door. Even with his height, he'd have to jump and pull himself upward with just his arms, something that many men in their prime couldn't do, let alone an old man or woman. For the first time since applying for the job, Paul wondered if it would even come close to his expectations. The sight of the building killed some of the joy he'd had. His asking price dropped lower before he even got off the elevator, but he reminded himself the man he had talked to over the phone, Mr. Billings, had made it sound interesting. Mr. Billings had read Paul's 2 novels and believed he was just the man they were looking for to write a byline in the weekly newspaper. Paul wished he had done his homework better. Instead of buying a newspaper and seeing what kind of copy the Evening Star put out, he'd given up after trying to find the paper at only 2 newsstands. He'd postponed getting one because he would have had to go uptown. Now, he regretted his laziness. Mr. Billings had mentioned that the paper did lean slightly toward the left, but what the hell did that mean? Right or left? What damn difference did it make? The elevator door opened slowly, and Paul stepped forward to see what his future held. Chapter 2. King David, better known as King Cobra when he wasn't around, took one more glance at the street map of New York City and tossed it into the glove compartment. He started the engine of the Cadillac and pulled out into the traffic. It had been 5 years since he'd left New York City, but now he was returning, and in all his glory. The dark green mohair suit fitted King David well. He was a small-built man, and thus wore his clothes well. Even with his high-heeled black Oxfords, his height barely reached 5'9". King David began to feel that warm, good feeling as he neared the city. When he had left, he was only a black man running with just the clothes on his back. He'd managed to cheat certain people out of nice sums of money to help him travel, and that was the first thing he had taken care of, he reflected, as he reached over and pushed his cigarette lighter in. He would have to make sure he paid off his debts so that there wouldn't be any trouble. For a brief moment, the bushy eyebrows came together as he frowned. The sharp, bird-like eyes set deep in the dark brown face grew large with fear as he remembered that Moon, the neighborhood dope man, was one of the people he had ripped off for a nice piece of money. King David didn't need to be told that he had left behind an enemy that would never forget. But King David believed the man was greedy enough to be bought off. With the $50,000 he had stashed away in the trunk of the car, he was sure he could satisfy Moon. A small piece of that stash would do the trick, he thought coldly. He had only beat Moon for $500, so $1,000 would clear the air between them. Neither man really wanted any trouble, King David kept telling himself. Moon couldn't stand it, not in his business anyway. Their way of life depended on them staying out of the man's sight, so quite naturally, he believed Moon would jump at the chance to gain back twice as much money as he had lost. Whether or not he would make good the money he took from the women who had believed in him was another matter altogether. He couldn't see how any of them could bring him trouble that he couldn't handle, so he might just save money there. After all, this wasn't Christmas, and he damn sure wasn't Santa Claus. King David pulled up at the end of the line behind the rest of the cars waiting to cross the Brooklyn Bridge. He waited patiently until it was his turn to pay his toll. As he drove away from the toll station, he knew that the only thing ahead of him now was that bridge that led him into New York City. "You're just about home, baby!" he sang out loud as he pushed the gas pedal down to the floor, causing the Cadillac to leap forward. Within an hour, King David was pulling up in front of the Blue Room bar on Broadway. He stood in the lobby until his eyes became adjusted to the dark. Then he made his way over to the bar.
"Well, look at what the dogs have dug up!"
Jasper Williams yelled from behind her bar. She was a tall, light-skinned who could dress up and look damn good whenever she wanted to, but most of the time she preferred to dress like a man.
"Honey,"
she said as King David came up to the bar,
"I heard you had went down to the Bigfoot country and decided to stay there for your health. Now, with spring coming, here you are. It sure means we gonna have one hot summer around here."
"Hi, Jasper," King David said as he slid onto a bar stool. "Things can't be that bad. I thought folks would miss me around here." Jasper glanced closely at him to see if he was serious, then laughed loudly like a man.
"You must be insane. Ain't nobody ever missed a rattlesnake if it wasn't in their bed when they got ready to go to sleep. So how in the hell could they possibly miss you?"
"Oh, baby, you ain't got to be that cold, have you?" King David inquired in the little boy's voice that he used for con action. The tall woman looked down her nose at him.
"Don't come down on me with that weak shit of yours. I know all the people who were looking for you when you split, and as of now, I believe some of them will be damn glad to hear about you showing back up."
For a second, a chill flashed through King David, but he quickly shook it off. If he handled everything like he had planned, it would work out. "Tell me something, Jasper. Is Moon still around?"
"Uh-huh, and I'll bet he'd be willing to pay a nice sum just to know how you're doing. In fact,"
Jasper continued,
"I'll bet he's one of the most interested people in your health and whereabouts."
David shook off the feeling of dread. "So how can I get in touch with him? I got some bread for him." Jasper grinned.
"Now how about that? I would have never had believed a good con man like you would be trying to pay back some of the people you ripped off."
"I'm not interested in what you think or believe, Jasper. If you want to make this $50 bill, you'll figure out some way to get him on the phone so that I could rap with him." The woman stared down at the money for a minute, then snatched it up. She walked down to the end of the bar and removed the telephone. As King David watched her in silence, he sipped the drink she had left him. He hadn't bothered to order. She remembered that he only drank gin and squirt. Jasper glanced up as she began to talk into the receiver.
"Hello, Moon. This is Jasper over at the Blue Room. Yeah, I think I got somebody here you might be interested in talking to."
The man on the other end of the line spoke sharply into the telephone. Jasper decided to make the call fast because she didn't want to get involved any further.
"Man, I didn't mean to disturb you, but I thought you'd like to know that King Cobra is here. Yeah, you know who I mean. King David. He wants to say a few words to you."
The other end of the line went silent for a minute. She thought Moon had hung up. Then the man's voice came over sharp and clear. "Put the on. I got a few things to say to him." Jasper waved for King David to come down and pick up the phone. As far as she was concerned, she had made a fast $50. King David took his time as he walked down to the phone. Things weren't working out as he had planned. He wasn't making the big splash he had intended to make, and it was all because of the smart-ass bitch behind the bar. He wanted her to see that he wasn't in any hurry. Jasper watched him come down the bar, trying to walk so coolly.
The bastard won't be so jazzy when Moon and his boys finish with his
she thought. Still taking his time, King David picked up the phone. "What's happening, baby?" he asked. "Long time since I talked to you." "You're damn right it's been a long time," Moon answered sharply. "I don't know what brings you back to the city, but I guess you must have my fucking money." "Yeah, baby, I got your paper, so don't get in any uproar. Everything is gonna be alright." Moon hesitated for a moment. "I hope you realize that since it's been this long, there's some interest on that motherfucking money." This was what David had been waiting for. "Aw, man, I ain't rich, baby, but I can dig where you're coming from. How much extra money am I supposed to come up with?" While David had been talking, Moon had been trying to remember how much money the punk owed him. "Yeah, King Cobra, I know you ain't rich, but I also know you must have my paper or you wouldn't be talking to me." Moon snapped his fingers, then said, "You hold on a minute, David. I want to check my books. I got you wrote down somewhere." Without waiting for a reply, Moon lays down the receiver and walked into his bedroom. He sat on the edge of the king-size bed and opened up the drawer. The small nightstand beside the bed had its twin on the other side. Each nightstand had a statue of a black woman rising from the base, leading up to the top of the lamp. Heavy black drapes covered the windows so that there would be no chance of anyone seeing in from the outside. Moon flipped through the pages of his record book quickly, using the index. Not finding what he wanted under the name David, he then looked under the letter S for snakes. Not finding it there, he sat back and rubbed his double chin. Moon was a heavy-set black man who had once been powerfully built. The muscles had turned to fat from easy living. His eyes were almost covered by the layers of fat that rolled over his body. A heavy, black, bushy beard with sideburns that met his whiskers encircled large and extremely red lips. He wore a natural that was thinning rapidly with age. But everything about the man was overpowered by the little pig eyes that stared out from his massive face. The evil that he possessed was revealed by those eyes. Nothing but heavy black shades could camouflage that look in his eyes. Again, Moon snapped his fingers, then looked under C for Cobra. He ran his fingers down the few names, and a slight smile broke through his heavily bearded lips as he found what he was looking for. "Yeah, my man," Moon said, picking up the receiver. "From my books, it's like you owe me 600 big ones from the bell." He fell silent, waiting to see if King David would say anything about the extra 100 he had tacked on. "Damn," David cursed. "From my books, it ain't but $500, my man." "Yeah, well, that's not the problem anyway," Moon stated coldly. "We ain't took into consideration the interest on the 600, you know what I mean?" This time, Moon didn't wait for David's answer. "Now, over 5 years have passed, and that's a lot of interest." "Okay, Moon, I didn't call you to argue. I just want to straighten up the books with you so that I won't have any problems, you dig?" "Yeah, I dig right where you're coming from," Moon replied. "So let's do it like this, Dave. You give my boys $1,000 when they show up. I figured that should cover whatever trouble I've gone through trying to locate you so that I could get my money or some of your." For a minute, King David's temper got the best of him, but he controlled it enough so that the man on the other end of the phone didn't realize it. It was just what he had figured Moon would ask for, so there was no problem. Anyway, it was worth the money to pay up so he wouldn't have to be in any more trouble. "Okay, Moon, I'll pay it. I just want you to call off your dogs. Is that a deal?" "Yeah, baby. If something happens to you, it won't be because you owe me any money." "That's just mellow, Moon," David replied. Then he couldn't help but brag a little. "Have your boys meet me at the Blue Room. My new caddy is parked across the street, so more than likely I'll be sitting in it, watching the traffic going and coming." Moon laughed. "You ain't got to worry, King. Anytime a man calls and offers me $1,000, he gets the best treatment of the house." He laughed again and hung up, not waiting for David's reply. Moon walked out of his bedroom and into the living room. He looked at the young men lounging around in the plush room. A couple were bodyguards. The others were his closest pushers, the only men that Moon sold dope to. Moon pointed the small book at the young black across the room. "Mike, I think a friend of yours has come back to town." The well-dressed young man in his early 20s raised a glass of Scotch whiskey in his hand and downed it. "From the phone call, I could figure it out a little," Mike said, setting the empty glass on the bar behind him. Wall-to-wall carpeting, a gold couch, and a marble coffee table with matching end tables spelled only a portion of Moon's success. "Tell me, Mike," Moon said, lowering himself onto his favorite gold love seat. "I sort of forget what it was he did to you. It might not be important enough for you to go to the trouble you're going to have to go through to play payback. Ain't no amount of trouble enough to stop me from killing that motherfucker," Mike said bitterly. Moon watched the young man closely. He knew it wasn't any idle threat. Mike was young, but he was dangerous. He was a professional killer with just his hands. A black belt in karate gave a man that power, but more than likely, killing King David would force him to use someone else. Well, I guess you know, I gave him my word that I wouldn't be involved in any trouble coming his way, though I hadn't forgotten the embarrassment that came my way after the word got out that punk had played on me and got away. Mike got up and went around the bar so that he could fix himself another drink. He waited until he was finished before speaking. Leaning on the bar, he glanced around at his friends. Killing a man was something you didn't do lightly, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better off the killer was. The other men in the room stared back at the tall Negro. "If you think you're going to need any help, Mike, you can count on me." Mike stared at the jet black man. He was so dark he had gained the nickname Blue in his younger days. He was slender and supple, all bone and muscle, with a brutal leanness about his face. His skin was so dark it had a shine about it, matching the startling black eyes that had the look of the hunter. There was no humor in them. Mike glanced at his best friend. "I was counting on you, Blue, but I'm glad you offered your help so I didn't have to ask for it." "Good. Good," Moon said. "Now maybe we can hear what it's all about." It was obvious that Mike didn't want to repeat the tale, but his boss wasn't leaving him any choice. Moon's word was law. Either you did what he said or found somewhere else to work if you were lucky enough to get away with a whole skin. There was anguish in the young man's voice as he began to speak. "I was 15 when it happened, man. I thought I was a man. But King Cobra proved to me that I was just a young punk." Visualizing the scene again, Mike's face tightened up in anger. "My mother had just got her county check, and there was about 8 of us in the house to feed. Well, King David waited until the insurance man came by and cashed the check, and then he took it from her. Every motherfucking penny. He tossed her $10 out of a $300 check. I guess he meant for us to try and live on that. Anyway, I charged at the bastard, but I didn't have anything in my hand. At the same time, he had been sipping on a Coke, keeping the bottle for protection in case anything went wrong." Mike paused and shifted nervously. "My mother reached for the before I did, but he fired a straight right to her head, and it took her out of the picture. Next in line was me. He used a Coke bottle." Mike opened his mouth, revealing the gap where his 2 front teeth were missing. "This is what I got out of my funky attempt to help my mama. But I ain't never forgot." The story had been short and to the point. Now the other 2 gunmen in the room shifted around nervously. It was one thing to be all right with a guy, and quite another to swear to help him kill him when nothing was to be gained. They can understand Mike's anger, but they were too callous to be really moved, all except Blue, that is. The spectacle of wiping out a punk fascinated him. In reality, he enjoyed killing. It was only then that he really felt alive. "We don't need these motherfuckers' help, Mike," Blue stated in a chilling voice. There was no doubt in anyone's mind whether or not he meant it. His eyes glittered dangerously. The other men were too aware of Blue. They could tell when he was aroused. The killer was beginning to breathe heavily. Finally, Moon made his decision. "Now, Mike, behind me giving my word, this is how it's going to have to be done. Rocky and Alvin will go and pick up my grand. Then you and Blue can move in and do your thing." Moon stopped and pointed his finger as if it were a gun. "I mean it, boys. Don't do nothing to blow my grand. After that, I could give a fuck." Rocky grinned at Mike. "When do we get started?" "Right now," Moon said as his two gunmen stood up. "Ain't no reason why we shouldn't let that money sit by when all you have to do is pick it up. So get started." He'll be sitting in his new Cadillac across the street from the Blue Room. As the two well-dressed men started for the door, Mike walked over and picked up the phone. He made his call quickly. "Sis," he said sharply, "I want you to be downstairs waiting for me. It's important. Oh yeah, baby, be sure to put on your shortest mini. We need you to catch the attention of someone." Before the woman could reply, Mike hung up the phone. Moon grinned at him. "She's kinda young to be using on a job like this, ain't she? She wasn't too young to see her mother get the shit kicked out of her on more than one fucking occasion either," Mike replied sharply. "Okay," Moon said quietly. "You guys are on your own. If something funky goes down, don't involve me. I don't want no parts of it, you dig?" Neither man answered as they walked swiftly towards the door. It was a little too late for words now. Action was the only thing left. Chapter 3. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor, and Paul Pawlowski stepped out into the dimly lit hallway. He didn't have any trouble finding his way to the newspaper office. They occupied the entire floor. Taking a chance, Paul opened the first door he came to. The receptionist glanced up from her desk as Paul walked toward her. He tried to smile, but could feel it frozen on his face.
"Yes, could I help you?"
she inquired in a voice that sounded better than she looked. She was small, with tiny breasts revealed by a see-through blouse. Her face was made up heavily, with her hair dyed a bright blonde. Paul wondered idly if she could be real. He couldn't see her legs, but he would have bet money that they were small. Everything about her represented a woman on the make. As he stood in front of her, she allowed her eyes to run up and down his body. For a second, he felt like a prize bull about to be sold. He cleared his throat. "I'm supposed to have an appointment with Mr. Billings, miss."
"Miss Laverne Harding, dear. But you can call me Laverne if you care to."
"Okay, Laverne. But now, how about Mr. Billings? I'm supposed to have a 1 o'clock appointment with him." Paul stated a little more coldly than he meant to, but the woman was coming on just too strong, something he couldn't stand in his women. He'd like to be the one who did the chasing, not the other way around. The woman pouted her lips, then picked up the phone and called Mr. Billings.
"Okay, honey. He will see you now. There's the first office on your right."
It wasn't hard to find. The offices were nothing but rooms partitioned off with the cheapest of plywood. Paul hesitated in front of the office he took to be Mr. Billings, then raised his hand and knocked softly. "Come on in! Come on in!" The voice from inside the office roared out good-naturedly. Paul pushed the door open and stepped in. The first thing he noticed was a huge fat man sitting behind an old beat-up desk. The man had thinning gray hair with blonde eyebrows. His lips were twisted in a cruel sneer that seemed to be a part of him, no matter how good-natured he acted. Across his upper lip was one of the largest handlebar mustaches Paul had ever seen. Can this crap be for real? Paul wondered as he stared around. The rest of the office was bare, except for 2 beaten-up chairs that sat in the front of the desk. It didn't look as if the company was too profitable. The big man stood up and stretched out his hand. "How do you do, Mr. Pawlowski? I've been waiting for you." Paul nodded his head. Interviews always made him nervous. "About the editing job, Mr. Billings, am I right when I say you mentioned something about a byline?" Yes, indeed. A byline goes along with it. I hope you don't mind me calling you Paul. It breaks the ice a little if we're on a first-name basis. And you can call me John." Paul cleared his throat and waited for John to let him in on what he was supposed to do. John? The first name gave him a little trouble, but he managed to get it out. "What kind of byline am I supposed to write?" John beamed down on him before returning to his seat. "You're a man after my own heart, Paul. Yes, sir, indeed. You like to come right to the point, as I can see." Paul waited, wondering when the man was going to get to the point. There was something wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "Now, Paul, there's one thing you should know. Most of our papers sell in the South. It's our biggest outlet, so we have to sort of slant our work towards the Southern white. You know what I mean?" Billings let out a big laugh, and Paul knew if he had been standing next to the man, the fat bastard would have probably slapped him on his back. "No, I don't think I quite know what you mean, Mr. Billings. When you say slant our work towards the Southern white, I'm at a slight loss understanding just what you mean." "It's not hard," Billings answered, smiling broadly. "I'd read your last novel, and that part you had in there about that big black buck 3 white women before he was caught, that's the stuff I'm talking about. My Southern readers will eat that up." Paul was too dumbfounded to answer. He just stared at the fat man. Billings took his silence to mean he went along with the idea. "Now, if you can lay that kind of crap on thick enough, hell, we'll sell every copy." The surprise left Paul. Now he was only numb. "That happened to be a novel, not a news story. It was fiction, not real life. I used a black character because the book called for one. It made it more real. I didn't do it to make people in the South happy. I just wrote a novel, and it didn't sell that damn well." Now, Billings said lightly, "the work I have for you won't have to be fiction. There's enough going on in Harlem so that you don't have to make up a fucking thing, Paul. All you have to do is spread the truth a little, dig the dirt up. That's what sells. Paul, there's money in this kind of crap. I wouldn't shit you about it. In less than a month, you'll be living like a king. All you have to do is dig." Billings was so involved in what he was saying that he didn't pay any attention to Paul's face. It was becoming red as a beet. "Now, Paul, there's one more thing that will sell like hell down south. Toss a little crap in that byline about Jews, The Jews up this way are constantly causing the to try and be more than they are. We build on these 2 concepts, and I promise you, buddy, you'll get a raise before you know it." "Don't call me buddy," Paul stated, trying to control his anger. His fists were clenched so tightly the knuckles were white. "Oh, I guess you want something like what Hitler did. A lot of raving of how dirty the Jews are and that kind of shit." Billings broke out smiling. "That's it. We read about parties the Jews went to with the having their women dancing with the black bastards and all of that shit. I'll tell you, boy, it will really sell. I know what I'm talking about. I've been in this business for years. I guess the only reason why your fucking paper sells only in the South, it's pure dirt, Billings." For the first time, Billings stopped talking and glanced up from his desk. He didn't like the look on the young man's face. If he could read minds, he wouldn't have liked the thoughts going through the young man's mind at all. Paul was seeing Germany all over again, seeing the men with the black shirts yelling at the crowds about the dirty Jews. Rabble-rousers from the word go, but their shouting and screaming finally paid off. People had listened, then turned their heads when the killings began. It was this kind of man who was responsible for his mother and father being dead. Men who didn't care who was hurt, just as long as they made their blood money for the lies they told. Billings read something threatening in Paul's face. "If you don't like to write about the Jews, that's okay," he added quickly. "I've got another man on the staff who can handle that part of it. All you'll have to do is dig up crap about the... We can sell anything you write as long as you make it strong enough." Paul stood up and leaned over the desk, bracing himself on the palms of his hands. "First of all, Billings, there's something I think you should know. I'm Jewish myself. Don't let the Polish name fool you. My mother was all Jewish, and I'm damn proud of it. I'm damn proud of being of that race. Secondly, I feel very sorry for blacks. I live in a building with some of the tenants being black, so I know what kind of hell they catch without a bastard coming along trying to make some money off of lies printed about them. Third, I think the South has enough problems without me writing something that would inflame some ignorant bastard so that he got drunk and took out his anger on some poor black bastard who doesn't have the slightest idea of why it's happening to him. Next to last, this is what I think about you and your idea." With that, Paul leaned over and spit in the man's face. "Now you can do any damn thing you think you're big enough to do if you don't like what I just did." Before Billings could answer, Paul spun around on his heel and walked out the door. He was so mad that he ignored the woman as she smiled brightly at him. His face was red as a beet. He fumbled with the elevator, impatiently pushing the button until the car finally arrived. He shoved his way into the empty elevator and rode down to the lobby. His rage was still growing as he came out onto the street. He walked blindly until he found a bar that had a 3-for-1 sign up. He went in and began to get fairly drunk, not bothering to worry about the grocery money he was drinking up. "I wish I could have kicked the bastard in this fight," Paul murmured angrily. "What did you say, Mac?" another customer asked from the stool next to him. "Nothing," Paul replied harshly, the tone of his voice revealing that he was in the wrong mood to be tampered with. The man on the next stool was too wise to follow it up. He had been drinking in bars in New York for some time, so he knew when to leave well enough alone. The shadows began to get large outside, but Paul didn't notice. He continued to drink, trying to figure out what kind of world it was that he lived in. A bastard like Billings would go home to his fat wife and big house with the green grass in front of it, while Paul would end up climbing the stairs to his second-floor flat with the cold water. But at least he was a man with some kind of scruples. If he had to live in a cold water flat the rest of his days, he'd do it before he sold his manhood. And that's just what a job with Billings paper would be, selling out his manhood for a soft job. Better to starve than live off the misfortune of others. It was dark when Paul staggered from the bar. He had spent his food money and had to leave, but it had been enough to get him totally smashed. He didn't go in for heavy drinking too often, but when he did, he went to the limit. As Paul staggered down the street, he had to ask directions to the subway. Many of the people he approached hurried and got out of his way, not bothering to try to hear what he was saying. To them, he was just another ghetto drunk, possibly dangerous if they didn't watch their step around him. Nobody knew what a drunkard might do, and they weren't taking any chances. Finally, Paul got a young boy to point out the way to the nearest subway. It was in the next block. Paul made his way to it and went down the steps. Since he was still uptown, he didn't have to worry too much about the gangs of tough youths that roamed the streets searching for drunks. But when he reached his neighborhood, his danger would increase unless he straightened up. The night air did him good. Even though it was spring, the evening breeze was rather chilly. The cool air sobered him up enough so that when he got off the subway, he could walk without staggering all over the street. When he reached the street and started up it, he saw some men arguing with each other. Then he heard a man scream. The scream was repeated over and over. Paul started running toward them. "What the hell is going on there?" he hollered as he neared the struggling threesome. At the sight of Paul, two of the men broke away and ran toward a car parked across the street. Paul noticed from the light of the street lamp that a young girl sat behind the steering wheel. As soon as the men entered the car, it sped rapidly away. As Paul neared the man they had been struggling with, the man crumpled up and fell to the pavement. Chapter 4. After hanging up the telephone, King David walked back down the length of the bar and ordered another drink from Jasper.
"You don't look too happy there, King,"
Jasper stated as she set the drink in front of him. King David glanced at her coldly. "You need something to do. Then you might worry about your own business. I don't need no help in taking care of mine." He stopped and gestured along the bar. "Give everybody on the bar what they want. Since you ain't got no help back there, it will keep you out of my face for a while." She glanced down the bar, already aware that it was semi-full.
"You black bastard,"
she said loud enough for the nearest customers to hear. The tone of voice she used angered him. "Simple ass bitch. Do your fucking job and give everybody a motherfucking drink," King David roared. The whole bar heard him. When she hesitated and put her hands on her hips, two young dappers yelled from the middle of the bar, "Quit bullshitting, woman, and take care of this white man's bar. If he was here, you'd be running up and down like a track star." Jasper opened her mouth but quickly closed it, making her look like a fish out of water. Her yellow cheeks became red and common sense prevailed. Jasper had worked the bar too long. She spent too many years working around blacks. Black men were quick to kill, and sometimes their moods were already down on them before they ever reached the bar. So she turned on the charm instead of the anger. She flashed her teeth and hustled down to the young men.
"What's wrong with you tonight? Can't pick up no
Both of the young boys smiled at her. Since she was waiting on them first, they didn't have to worry about the stud at the end of the bar changing his mind. "Hey, baby, we just ain't got all night to wait on a drink. One of our ladies might be down and we'd have to leave right away." "Yeah, baby," the other brother said after his friend stopped. "It ain't that we're hustling drinks either. It's just that we like to drink along with any hip brothers who's handling big enough to run 'em up and down the bar."
"Okay, baby,"
Jasper answered.
"And I know both of y'all are big spenders, too. Now what would you like? Another beer like what you got or something more expensive?"
The smaller of the two partners frowned, causing a thin razor scar on the side of his dark brown cheek to look like a straight line. He knew she had put them down, but it had been done lightly. They lived in the neighborhood and came to the bar every day, sometimes in the mornings, sitting around joking with the white owner who worked the day shift. They accepted Jasper's tongue because she always steered them to drunken tricks that had found their way to the bar for the first time. Whenever they pulled a rip-off, she would be waiting with her hand out, and they always argued about the money. "Nah, baby," the light brown-skinned brother said. "Give us some Scotch whiskey, double, over the rocks." He made a fist of black power and raised his hand in the air toward King David. The king raised his glass in reply. He knew as well as the boy who did it that it meant nothing. The boy was wondering how hard it would be to take King David's bankroll, and as Jasper leaned over and poured the drinks, he put his thoughts to work. "Say, baby, that down there seems to have plenty of that green shit. He might not talk so loud if someone removes some of it." He looked at his partner to see if they were thinking the same way.
"Daddy cool,"
she said to the lightest one.
"You and little bro had better stay clear of that. That's King Cobra down there. And since he's a small, he carries a great big pistol."
"King Cobra," little bro said coldly. Who the fuck is a fucking King Cobra? Daddy Cool laughed loudly, but kept his voice down. If the man was really dangerous, and any with a gun was dangerous, it was best the man didn't know they were discussing him.
His name is King David, honey,
Jasper explained quickly.
Don't too many people call him King Cobra to his face. He don't like to be called a snake, but he sure in the fuck is one.
Before they could tie her up with questions, she added,
Him and Moon got something up, so that might give you an idea of whose ballpark you might end up playing in if you get involved with him.
She left them then, knowing that they would think about what she had just said. Mentioning Moon was the quickest way to stop them from plying her with questions, even though they now knew that King David carried a gun that hadn't stopped them from thinking about ways to knock him off. The mention of Moon's name, however, would take all the desire out of thinking about ripping him off. Jasper moved on up the bar, filling drinks without inquiring about what kind they wanted. Whatever was sitting in front of them was what they got. To an inquiry about who sent the drink, she would just nod in King David's direction. Everybody knew who was buying, but some of the lone women wanted to know his name. After receiving her new drink, Lady Bird, an old customer of the bar who hustled the customers, picked up her drink and stared down the bar in King David's direction. Lady Bird had been working the streets of New York for over 20 years. She had started when she was 14 and had picked up the nickname Lady because she walked so daintily. Over the years, she had become fleshy to the point of chubbiness, and her face, though noticeably young under the brazen makeup, appeared yellow and aged.
Hi, honey,
Lady Bird chirped in a high voice. The reason they called her Bird was very evident when she spoke. Her voice was high to the point of being shrill, sometimes grating the nerves and becoming tiresome. When King David was hustling, he would have loved to be approached by a woman like Lady Bird. He'd end up getting her money if he had to take it at the point of his knife. But now, since he had all the money he needed for a while, he resented a woman like her trying to hustle him. He twisted around on his bar stool and stared at her as if something dirty had slithered from under the bar. It didn't take anything but a look, and Lady Bird knew she had made a mistake.
Excuse me, honey,
She said quickly, running off to the ladies' room. She stopped at the jukebox and punched 3 records for a quarter. When the soft jazz from the jukebox flooded the room, King David relaxed. He dreamed of the future. With his bankroll, he could start backing his own numbers, get a few runners to pick up for him, pay quickly, and just make sure the runner delivered the hit money and his name would begin to ring. People talked about the number man, who always paid as soon as the figures were right. King glanced out the windows, which were heavily covered with posters of Miles Davis, Coltrane, and Mose. It was evening. How different the time was from that back in Los Angeles, he couldn't tell. The highway had made time irrelevant. Staying at motels whenever he felt like it, stopping over in Atlanta, Georgia, and visiting the beautiful club James Brown had built. It had been a good trip. Now he was back, wondering why. He had hesitated in the South, the land drawing him to it, build a cabin and go back to the land. But he had fought the urge, remembering the many evenings in the cabin in Arizona, the lonely nights when he was a boy. The nearest people were the Indians on the reservation. The loneliness was something he never returned to. This was his world, the dimly lit bars, the wheeling and dealing, where fortune could be made overnight. Tax-free money, the kind the government could never get. 3 young girls entered, all of them wearing pants outfits. King David looked away. He was sick of seeing women in pants. It took something away from them. A woman in pants seldom drew his attention unless she was of exceptional beauty. He glanced at his watch. It was time he went out and waited on the pickup. It wouldn't be long. Not the way Moon loved money. King reflected. It was Moon's greed that had cost him the $500 in the first place. King smiled as he remembered. It had only cost him $25 to set it up. The first time he spent his own $200 giving it to Big for the piece of heroin he bought. But the catch to it had been the white boy King had hired. He gave the white junkie a fix out of it, then sold the rest of the dope. But Moon had been afraid to do business with the white boy. He wanted the business so that only transactions had to go through King David, who was fronting for himself, keeping the dope and selling it. Then, when he planned to leave, he went to Moon and picked up $500 worth of dope, supposed to be going to the white boy, who would then give the money to King David to pass on to Moon. Moon was afraid to accept money from a... That dope was what set King David up in Los Angeles. China White, they called it, when they had first seen the stuff from New York City. "Hey, baby," King David yelled out to Jasper. "Come on, run down my tab, honey. I got big business to take care of." Jasper came down the bar with her pad in her hand, tearing off a sheet before she reached him.
"There you go, big spender. $26.
She flashed her best smile at him. You could never tell. Like King David went to the top, he reminded her of a rat, sneaky, constantly plotting, trusting no human being. King David dropped $30 on the bar. "Keep the tip and buy yourself a shit," he said coldly as he turned his back on her. Laughter from the people along the bar drowned out her reply. King walked briskly toward the door. He didn't want to really get her too mad since he wasn't carrying his gun anymore. California had taught him enough about that unwanted police trouble. There was also the fact that New York gave you 5 flat years for possession. So if the crazy bitch got mad enough, he had to do some fast cutting because he knew she had a razor. If the barmaid's eyes could shoot darts, he'd have been stabbed to death before he reached the door. She was wishing him all the bad luck in the world. The night was filled with a chilling breeze. King David put his head down and walked across the street swiftly. He opened the door on the white Eldorado and got in. The car was his castle, the first one he'd ever owned. Still feeling the chill, he turned on the motor and pushed the heater up to 80. Next, he played his favorite tape, Sarah Vaughan singing "Over the Rainbow." 10 minutes hadn't passed when a black Ford pulled up and parked behind his caddy. 2 men got out and quickly approached the car. Seeing them coming, King David let his window down. Rocky and Alvin, Moon's 2 lieutenants, both approached on the driver's side. "What is it, brother?" King said loudly as the man came near. He fingered the magnum under the armrest and felt assured. Since he didn't know either of the men, he'd have to wait until they committed themselves. "King David?" It wasn't a question. It was just a way of letting the king know they knew him. Alvin, who spoke his name, continued. "Moon says to tell you that it will be a hell of a lot better if you go uptown, away from him. You know, it ain't just big enough for 2 dogs, so don't get bit." As the men spoke, King David didn't notice a green Chevy pull up and a young black girl get out. She stood beside the other car for a moment, then started walking toward them. King David removed an envelope from his pocket and held it out to the men. "I hear Moon expects something. You boys wouldn't happen to know how much it was?" David asked, holding the money out of reach. "Let's not play games this late in the day, King. We came for $1,000, cash money," Rocky stated, reaching for the envelope. King gave it to him, glad to be rid of it and them. "I guess that ends our little business, don't it?" Neither man bothered to answer, nor to take the time to count the money. Rocky glanced into the envelope to make sure it was money. The small stack contained all $100 bills. As King David started up his motor, he noticed a young, attractive girl in a Mini. The short skirt aroused him. Being a leg man, he was interested. She was tall and lean, with well-shaped bow legs. From what he could see, she seemed to be light brown. Alvin went back and started up the Ford. He glanced over at Rocky. "It looks like might ain't bullshit. That's his young sister out there. Ain't never known him to bring her into anything." Rocky shook his head in agreement. "Yeah, I wouldn't trade places with King David for all the tea in China." He glanced out the window as they drove past. They saw her motion for King to join her. King shook his head and waved to her to come over. "Come here, tender mama. It's chilly out there." He spoke loudly as he let the window down on the passenger side. Before he finished speaking, she had started for the car. She walked with a proud step, knowing well that she was in her prime.
"What is it, honey?"
she asked when she reached the car. She bent down and smiled, flashing well-kept, bright teeth. She was younger than he had first thought. Now his interest was really aroused. He didn't believe she was over 15. What a beautiful mare this would be for a coming home present. Her skin looked so cool and golden brown that he wanted to reach out and touch it. As he stared at her, he mentally undressed her. Her young breasts would be straight out without any sag, firm and tender, something to stimulate a man like him. "Come on and sit down, honey. It's kind of chilly out there." He hit the door lock near his left hand. She smiled at him, not bothering to open the door.
"Let your windows down, sweetie,"
she said in a light voice. A frown crossed King David's face, but he decided to play it her way until he could talk her into the car. "What's wrong, sweet thing? You ain't changed your mind about a little bit of fun, have you?"
"What you talk about, man? I ain't said nothing, just looking, that's all."
Her voice had a husky ring to it, revealing what was in store when she became mature. Country girl, thought King David. All she wanted was to be begged. Then she'd get in and end up bucking like a mule. King David thought he knew the type. Might be the first time she ever rode in a Cadillac. The longer he stared at the girl, though, the more he felt like he knew her. The face. There was something about it that he remembered. But it couldn't be. The kid wouldn't have been over 10 when he left. And though he liked them young, he didn't mess with kids that young. It had to be a well-developed young girl to excite him. The way she had of leaning back on her heels, her skirt tight against her legs, her head cocked to the side arrogantly. A light started blinking in his mind, and he knew he had his finger on it in a minute. The voice reached him through the open window on the driver's side, which he hadn't bothered to roll back up, and took him completely by surprise. King David flinched. He prided himself on never losing his cool, but for a moment, he did. Twisting his neck around, King David saw the two of them, both holding pistols. Quickly, he tried to place them, but they were too young. Young jack-up artists, he thought instantly. If he didn't give them any trouble, they'd take the few hundred he had and leave happy. "You must not be able to hear so good, punk. I said out!" It was the same voice, only this time King David really understood the words. He hated parting with his magnum, but it would have been useless to try removing the large pistol. He knew without a doubt that these men would kill him, because if he got the chance, he'd kill them. As he opened the door, he glanced back at the young girl, but she was gone. It had been so fleeting, it might as well have been a dream. To have been set up by a 15-year-old girl. A bitter smile curved at King David's lips. What a wonderful, black-hearted she would be for whoever controlled her. "Move it!" the black man growled. For the first time, King David took a good look at his jack-up artists. The eyes of the blacker one were dead, and he didn't like the cold fish-eyed. But what he saw in the younger black's eyes shocked him. They were enraged. The boy's whole face showed that he was fighting for control. Tears were in the corners of his eyes. Whatever the reason, King David knew it would have gone better if he had tried to draw the heavy gun. Even as the door closed, his agile mind told him that this was much more than a heist. For some reason, these men wanted to kill him. He had to find out why and talk. If they'd listen, he had a chance. Talking was his whole game. If somebody would listen, he had a story to tell. Mike grabbed King David and shoved him toward the sidewalk. The little man was walking too slow. Mike came up on the sidewalk beside him, and instead of the gun, he now held a long switchblade. People entering the bar noticed the small commotion, and now others looked out the window. "Well, I'll be damned, partner. We done collected an audience by accident," Blue told Mike quietly. "Don't look like you have much time, but if the leaves here without knowing why, then the joke's on him." Suddenly, the man's face seemed to come alive, and with it, the dead fish eyes. They embodied something unspeakably evil and vile. "Why, man? Why?" King David screamed at the top of his voice as he stepped back and reached wildly for his knife. They meant to kill him, and he didn't want to die for no reason at all. "Take my money, man! Here!" He knew they didn't want his money, but he needed a second, and he got it. Mike hesitated for a minute. He didn't want to kill him without letting him know why. He had lived this moment way too many times. He wanted to see the little rat beg, then remind him of the young kid he had hit with the bottle. Because of the moment's hesitation on Mike's part, Blue had to step around Mike. He knew the killing had to go off now. Too many people were taking interest in what was going on. Blue wished now that he had kept his gun in his hand. The knives had been Mike's idea, even though they used guns to force King out of the car. With the long stiletto held firmly in his right hand, Blue moved around Mike quickly. King David had two choices when he went to his coat pocket: to bring out his wallet or the long, keen-bladed knife he kept next to his wallet. The money wouldn't do any good. He knew these men were going to cut them up. He couldn't understand why, but he thanked heaven that the boy had hesitated when he mentioned his money. He got his second, and at least he'd have a chance to cut one of them. If the boy didn't move quick enough, he might get them both. When Blue came in under King David's guard, he stabbed upward, starting from the stomach. Suddenly, a pain exploded in the base of his neck. King David screamed shrilly from the pain. He jerked back suddenly, breaking the blade off while part of it was still embedded in him. The action brought Mike out of his black thoughts, and he moved with swiftness. He struck and struck and struck again. All the stab wounds were to the stomach. King David screamed from the pain, and the more he twisted away, the more the boy stalked him. He screamed from sheer pain now, and as he fell, Mike bent down and plunged the knife into his prone figure. Blood ran over Mike's hands, and his clothes were covered with it. He struck King David one more time, high in the chest. "What the hell is going on?" It was a white voice, and that rang a bell instantly. Mike glanced up and saw a wildly bearded white man running toward them. He looked big enough to give them plenty of it, too. Mike turned and ran toward the waiting auto that was backing toward them down the street. Even as he ran toward the car, he saw Blue stumbling from one car to the other, holding himself up. He was hurt. Mike quickly caught up with him and helped him the rest of the way to the car.
"Damn!"
Mike's younger sister Edna yelled at them.
"Why didn't you just shoot the bastard and get it over with? Now look at the headache we got!"
"Just shut the f*** up and drive. We got no motherfucking problems," Mike ordered sharply. Paul Pawlowski leaned down over the neatly dressed black man. The man gasped. "Mister, whoever you are, please, don't let me die here on these streets. Please, mister," he begged. "I don't want to die alone in the gutter." Paul pulled the man's shirt back and knew at once that he couldn't live. Blood was bubbling out of the man's open chest. There was a gash from his lower stomach up to his chest. Paul could see the man's intestines seething beneath the shredded skin. The dying black man turned his head to the side and vomited oozing blood and a sickening brown bile. Paul held his own stomach firm. He gently reached down and lifted the gored man up in his long arms and carried him up the steps toward his room. Edna glanced at Blue's eye. She could see the metal blade protruding from it. Blood ran freely from the hole in the man's socket. It was a horrible wound, and she twisted away from the sight.
Are you mad?
Her voice began to rise. A chilling terror invaded her. The thought of Blue lying beside her bleeding hurt so bad that he needed immediate help from a doctor frightened her.
We ain't got no problems, do we?
She screamed the words back at Mike. In her blind, growing rage at her brother, Edna momentarily lost control of the steering wheel and sideswiped the parked car. "Damn it!" Mike roared. "Drive the car and let me worry about Blue." The order was sharp, harsh enough to make her concentrate on her driving. Mike glanced back over his shoulder at the rear window. "Damn it!" The curse word roared over and over and over again in his mind. He had gotten the dirty motherfucker after all the waiting. His life was complete. The only dream he had ever had was of killing King David. Now it was over. His mind refused to face the reality of their next step. Chapter 5. Paul Pawlowski leaned down beside the well-dressed black man. Blood was seeping through the man's light dress shirt. As Paul's face drew near, the man gasped. "Help me to my car, mister. I don't want to die laying in no gutter." King David gripped Paul's arm firmly. "I'll pay you, mister. Don't mind pain. Just don't want to die alone in the street." Paul pulled back the shirt and examined the wounds. Instantly, he knew the man at his feet had spoken the truth. He was going to die. The wound in his chest alone had been enough to kill him. Paul glanced down at the hand on his arm. It was bloody, dripping with blood. When Paul pried the fingers loose, there was a ring of blood around his sleeve. "My car's at the curb. Help me, friend." King could feel his strength leaving. "Please, mister," he begged. He had seen too many black men bleed their life's blood out on a dirty floor of a pool room or inside some dimly lit nightclub. Paul glanced over at the expensive car near the curb. What the hell, he told himself. If the guy wanted to die in his own car, at least he could help the poor bastard die where he chose. Slowly and with care, Paul lifted the man. The man in his arms made a deep moan as Paul steadied himself with the load. He made his way slowly toward the car. He was careful as he placed the man down inside the automobile. Paul ran around the car and jumped in behind the steering wheel. He doubted whether his patient would hold up that long, but since they were in the car, they might as well rush over to the nearest hospital. Paul didn't have to search for the keys. They were already in the ignition. He started the motor. The sound of the wounded man's voice came to him clearly. "Ain't no use, man. I done cashed in the big ticket." King David's voice got weaker as he continued. "Life's a bitch, man. It just ain't no win. Yeah, I thought I had Jesus in the jug, you know what I mean? No looking back. Done stung for all the bread a needs to get over with. Now this shit come up out of nowhere, can you dig it?" He tried to laugh, but blood rushing out of his mouth choked him. "Just take it easy, fella," Paul said as he expertly drove the big car in and out of the light evening traffic. It won't be long before I have you at hospital. Then everything will be all right. This time, King David did manage to laugh. Big f***ing deal, man, he answered dryly. It wouldn't make any difference if we were at 2 hospitals right now. Ain't nothing a doctor can do for me now, man. I done bought the big ticket. It ain't but one more step left for me. The wounded man fell silent. His last words seemed to linger in the air. Paul tried to change the mood. I don't know about that, buddy. You can never tell. I glanced at your wounds, and I've seen guys live with worse ones. Paul knew that the wounded man knew that he was lying. Okay, brother, King David stated. Have it your way. I just don't want to die alone. That's all. Just picturing myself stretched out in that f***ing street dying alone is damn near too much to bear. Don't think about it, Paul cautioned sharply. Think about getting punched up. Why don't you try to save some of your strength? Don't talk so much. You ain't doing nothing but wearing yourself out. As the car went over a slight bump in the street, King David let out a grunt. His face twisted up hideously from the pain. Talking helps to take my mind off the motherfucking pain, man. It's all I got left. Life is a motherfucking bitch, man, he stated again, this time more bitterly than before. It's not fair. I mean, a guy busts his whole life trying to reach up and pull himself out of the fucking gutters. And then when he can finally see some kind of light, some shit like this happens. Nah, baby, it ain't right. Just ain't right. It couldn't happen to nobody else but me. Tears rolled down the man's cheeks as he talked. All I've been through, everything I've done, man. I mean, ain't no way it's sharing like this. This ain't got to be the end, Paul stated feebly. He realized that he was just using words, saying anything to fill the void. King David continued as if Paul hadn't spoken. I've always tried to be honest with myself, but now, when I'm face to face with the final act, I can't accept it. Not this. He broke down and began to sob. Deep sobs, the kind that no one should ever witness of another. Paul glanced at the man out of the corner of his eyes. Dumb! He cursed. It looked like King David had taken a bath in blood. His suit coat was completely covered from where it had seeped through his shedded shirt. Even the upholstery in the car was covered with the dark reddish stain of blood. Where King David's arm rested on the front seat, a small pool of blood had formed. Christ almighty, Paul swore. How much blood can this guy lose without passing out? If he doesn't die from the stab wounds, the poor bastard will bleed to death before we get to hospital. As he took another quick look at the wounded man, Paul thought that the injured man had finally passed away. King David's head had dropped onto his chest, and it appeared as if he had stopped breathing. But it was not death that closed the man's mouth. The pain had finally reached unbearable stages. King David closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He tried to slump back against the door padding. Maybe if he laid in another position, it would ease some of the hurt. He tried to breathe lightly, but every time he took any kind of deep breath, he could feel the pain all over his chest. This dying shit is one hell of a job, King David managed to say. Somehow talking seemed to relieve the pain. Paul stared over at the man in astonishment. He was surprised that the man was still alive and noticed that the man's voice was growing much weaker. It wouldn't be long now, he reflected. Just hold on a little longer, Paul stated as he pressed down harder on the gas pedal. Hospital is just a couple of blocks away. When they had first got in the car, he wouldn't have taken odds that the man would live to reach the hospital. He had just been going through the motions. You know, if it hadn't been for you, mister, I'd still be laying back there in the street. It wasn't nothing anybody else wouldn't do. Or I just happened to be the one that came along at the time, that's all, Paul stated. King David didn't waste his strength answering, but both men knew that the statement was a lie. He would have lain in the gutter until the police arrived. Then they would have left him there while they called for an ambulance. No way in the world would they have put him in the police car bleeding the way he was bleeding. He would have lain there and died in the gutter. The thing he had always feared. Paul had been the one person in 100, a man who didn't mind getting involved. King David knew that a black man wouldn't have taken the chance. The average black man would have crossed the street and hurried on his way before he'd allowed himself to get involved in a murder. For one of the few times in his life, King David felt gratitude. It was a strange feeling for him. He was a man used to playing on people who were unlucky enough to cross his path. He took kindness for weakness, friendship as an opportunity to take advantage of the person foolish enough to offer it. The pain in his body was everywhere. Never before had he hurt like he was hurting now. The sight of the hospital gave him a sense of relief. He tried to blank out the pain as they entered the lane that led to the emergency entrance. The emergency ward was at the rear of the hospital. Paul drove the car down to the back doors and parked next to an ambulance. As he got out and ran around the car, he waved to an attendant standing on the back dock taking a smoke. Hey, buddy! How about you giving me a hand here? I've got a man who's hurt real bad. Paul opened the door on the passenger side. The short Negro on the dock came down the ramp pushing a wheelchair. The man let out a whistle when he saw all the blood on King David. Looks like somebody's been butchering steers inside that car, he said as he maneuvered the wheelchair into place. Paul didn't bother to answer the man as he reached in and grabbed King David under the armpits. Both men tried to lift him as gently as possible, but a cry of pain escaped from the wounded man as they lifted him from the car. When they set him down in the wheelchair, his head dropped down over his chest. As Paul straightened up from placing King David's feet together on the wheelchair footrest, he looked at the head resting lifelessly on his chest. At once, Paul believed the man had finally died. Looks like he didn't make it to hospital after all, Paul said quietly. He ain't dead, the orderly stated flatly as he began to push the chair toward the ramp. You better park your car back out of the way, then come on in. I'll take him on ahead and get some doctors to start work on him as soon as possible. Without another word, the man rushed on up the ramp, pushing the wheelchair as fast as he could. Paul glanced around quickly, trying to spot somewhere to park the car. He got in and drove slowly back around to the visitors' parking lot. For a minute, he was undecided on what to do. It would be easier just to leave the car and go on about his business. That way, he wouldn't become any more involved than he was already. After all, he had done all that he could do. It didn't make any sense to get any more involved, but someone should know where the man's car was, he reasoned. After parking, he walked slowly towards the entrance of the hospital. As soon as he entered, the short black orderly rushed up to him. What's your name? The man asked quickly. Paul hesitated, then gave it to him. He watched the man hurry off toward the rear of the hospital. As he stood in the hallway, an officer walked up to him. You're the guy who brought the Negro in who was all cut up, aren't you? The white policeman inquired in a harsh voice. For a minute, Paul didn't want to answer, but finally he shook his head in agreement. Yeah, I saw him in front of the building where I live and rushed him down here. The policeman removed a pencil from his pocket. Well, I'm going to have to make a report on it, so you might as well relax. You and I are going to be here together for a few minutes. Paul let out a sigh. Oh, I knew it was coming, he said quietly. Before this stops, I'm going to wish that I have never gotten involved. The tall, red-faced officer grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Yeah, well, it's too late to cry over spilled milk now. If you don't want to get involved, you should have left the laying in the street. Paul glanced up at the man. Would you have left him lying in the street? He asked, and knew the answer at once. Well, I'll tell you this much, the officer began. I wouldn't have gotten his blood all over my clothes. For the first time, Paul glanced down and saw the front of his only suit covered with dark spots of blood. The sight of blood on his clothes didn't anger him half as much as the officer's attitude. He tried to conceal his anger, but it was difficult to keep it out of his voice. Okay, so I got a little blood on my clothes. You think that's more important than trying to save a guy's life? The white officer laughed. If the shoe had been on the other foot, you think that guy back there would have gone through the trouble of getting his clothes bloody while rushing you to the hospital? Huh? You can bet he wouldn't have gave a fuck. If anything, he'd have been busy trying to beat you out of your wallet or something. Before Paul could give his angry reply, the orderly rushed up. In his hands, he was holding an envelope. Hey, mate, you done hit a gold mine. Paul glanced around at him, not understanding what the man was saying. How's the guy brought in? The orderly shook his head. Passed away, buddy. There was nothing the doctors could do for him. He had been cut up way too many times. I'm surprised he lived as long as he did. The white officer and Paul stared at each other. The thought of the man dying left an empty feeling inside Paul. He hadn't known the man, but he had hoped, even though his common sense told him the man couldn't live, that by some luck he might pull through. It hadn't happened, and now it was all for nothing. But not really, Paul remembered. The man hadn't wanted to die in the gutter, so Paul had saved him from that fate. The orderly held out the envelope. Here, mate. The guy made you his beneficiary. That's why I needed your name. He had the doctors as witnesses and left you everything, even the problem of burying him. At once, before the orderly could say any more, the policeman burst out laughing. Paul looked at him angrily, but the orderly was serious. His eyes were cold and angry. It ain't no welfare case, mate. He left you enough money to bury him with. The orderly glared around at the officer. Yeah, mate. From what I witnessed, I'd say you came out of the deal damn good. The poor guy knew he couldn't live, so he spent the last few minutes of his time trying to repay you for the trouble you went through. In this envelope, there's some cash money, plus the pink slip to his car. He signed it over to you. Seems as if it's paid for. He had the doctors witness everything he did. He also said to tell you that he had some notes he'd written down about himself, and that he hoped you wouldn't destroy them without reading some of it. The orderly handed Paul the envelope. You'll find enough money inside to bury him properly if you should decide to follow his wishes. Hey, wait a minute there, the policeman said. I don't know if it's right or not. You had better give that envelope to me. After I check it out with my office, then I'll let you know if it's all right or not. Before the officer could reach out and take it, the orderly yanked it back. Maybe you didn't hear what I said, officer. I said the man had the doctors sign as witnesses. So you don't have a damn thing to do with what's in this envelope. The man left it to this guy. It was his last request. He did it so that he wouldn't have to be buried by the city. And here you are trying to spoil it all. No way! I mean it. If I were to give this to you, it would be tied up downtown until after this man is buried, and his last wish would be spoiled. Now, you haven't any right whatsoever to his belongings. They go to his nearest kin, or wife, or whatever. And since the man had three doctors sign a note to the effect that he was in his right mind, you are way out of line trying to take his last request from him. The orderly turned to Paul. Nobody can force you to spend the money he left you to bury him, but I do hope you will see to it that he doesn't have to be buried by the city. He asked me to tell you this. Paul shook his head dumbfoundedly. Things were happening too damn fast for him to really know what was up or down. If he left enough money to buy a casket, I'll get it for him. And if that's not enough, I'll sell the car and raise the money. I'll give you my word on it, Paul said, and took the envelope from the orderly. As he walked towards the front entrance of the hospital, the orderly relaxed. For some reason, he believed the tall young white man would keep his word. Paul didn't open the envelope until he got home. He waited until he had boiled some coffee and sat down on the edge of the bed. The first thing that fell out was a diamond-studded watch. A large diamond ring came next. Paul smiled. Here were 2 articles he wouldn't have bought himself. He would feel funny if he sold them, so he tried the ring on. It fit tightly on the small finger of his right hand. He slipped the expensive watch on and smiled as he watched the diamonds glitter. Suddenly, the sound of loud music came from downstairs. He knew that the simple-minded girl who worked as a waitress somewhere had finally come home. At times, she would play her record player all night long, as loud as the cheap machine would go. Once, he had been foolish enough to go downstairs and ask her kindly if she would please turn it down, but that had angered her. And for the next 5 nights, she had kept it on all night long just for spite. Now, he knew better. Either he stuck cotton in his ears or he pulled out his typewriter and tried to write until she tired of the music. It was so loud that there was no possible way in the world for him to go to sleep as long as she kept it on. Next to come out of the envelope was King David's wallet. Chapter 6. Mike glanced over at his sister sharply. He had never been able to figure out why she disliked Moon so much. The man had never done anything to her, to his knowledge, but for some reason, whenever Moon's name was brought in, she became sarcastic. Even though she had spoken that way about Moon, Edna started the motor up without another word and drove off. She didn't have to go far before she found the pay telephone. She parked in front of it and cut the motor. As Mike jumped out, Blue let out a loud moan. His head fell over on the seat at an angle. Blood and pus ran out of the open wound. Edna turned her head away. If they didn't find help quick, Blue would be a dead man. That was one thing she was sure of. For the 1,000th time, she cursed herself for being foolish enough to get involved with her brother in his stupid revenge. She had forgotten about King David years ago. What had happened should have been left alone. It had been their mother's fault for getting involved with a man like King David. Some traffic came past their parked car, and she scanned the automobiles closely, hoping that their luck would hold and a police car wouldn't cruise by. Edna was positive that someone had called in and given the description of their car to the police after she had sideswiped those other cars. Just the thought of her silly driving made her blush with shame. Edna considered herself an expert driver, so it was a blow to her pride that in her panic she had driven so badly when she should have been at her best. She had always prided herself on her control whenever things got bad. To be cool-headed in the clutches was something to be proud of. On the second ring, a man answered the telephone. Mike quickly asked for Moon after giving his name. In a matter of seconds, Moon was on the other telephone. Moon's voice was soft and full of confidence as he spoke. "Hey, Mike, how's tricks, my man?" Moon asked lightly. From his voice, it wasn't possible for the man on the other end of the line to know that Moon had been pacing the floor in a rage only moments before. He had gotten the news earlier about the hit on King David. He had even called the hospitals until he found which one the white man had taken King David to. He knew King David was dead. He also knew that the license number of the car Mike and Blue had used had been given to the police by an informer who had witnessed the whole damn thing from a window of the bar. What put oil on the fire and put Moon in a rage was that people always talked about things they didn't know about and came up with the wrong answers. The wrong answer that was bothering him was the fact that too many people knew Moon was supposed to have met King David, so they would figure Moon was responsible for the hit. Once it came out that Mike and Blue were responsible for the hit, nobody would believe that Moon didn't have anything to do with it. No matter how much he swore his innocence, people will still hold him to blame. And that wasn't the worst part of it. If Blue or Mike got busted, they could make a deal with the police just by mentioning Moon's name. The police will promise them all kinds of deals if they just involve the Big Mad. While all this was on Moon's mind, he never let a hint of it out to Mike. "Yeah, Mike, what can I do for you, guy?" Moon inquired easily. "Hey, Moon, I need your help, man. I know you told me I was on my own, but we ran into trouble," Mike said quickly. "Yeah, brother, you know you can depend on old Moon, you know that, right? What's the deal?" "We ran into a little trouble, Moon. Blue f***ed around and got careless and got stabbed. He got stabbed in the motherfucking eye, and I don't know if he's gonna make it or not." Mike spoke quickly, then continued when there was no comment from the other end of the line. "He need a doctor bad, Moon. I mean, he really needs one real bad." "I wish the son of a bitch was dead," Moon thought coldly as he listened. But when he spoke, his words and voice didn't reveal his inner thoughts. "Okay, Mike, don't worry. Them things happen, baby, so just keep your cool." "I knew you wouldn't let me down, Moon. I just knew it, boss." "I don't never let down none of my boys, Mike, and you know you're one of my favorite men, so don't you worry. Old man Moon will take care of everything for you. Now listen, you must still be in the same car, right?" Moon didn't wait for an answer. "And Blue's too hurt to leave the ride and walk or catch a cab, right? So you're gonna have to take a chance on driving the car that you're in right now." "I don't think a ride is hot, Moon," Mike replied. "You wouldn't, you stupid bastard," Moon reflected as he listened to Mike before cutting the flow of words off. "Listen, Mike. Okay, maybe the car ain't hot, but just in case, where the hell are you?" He waited until Mike gave him their location. "Okay, fine. There's a parking garage on 110th Street just about 4 blocks from where you're at right now. So you and Blue get the f*** over there and pull inside the motherfucking garage and park in the back of the damn motherfucker. You got that? In the rear of the joint, okay? I'm gonna send some boys down there in another car to pick you guys up and get Blue over to a motherfucking doctor that I know of. So just be careful, Mike, and everything will work out alright. Oh yeah, did you pick up my money?" Mike felt his breast pocket. "Yeah, Moon. You know I take care of business. I got it right here in my pocket. Don't you worry about a damn thing." "Don't worry, huh? You stupid son of a bitch," Moon cursed to himself. "Okay then, we ain't got no problems. You just do like I said. Take it easy and drive slow. The boys will be right there, so do not get nervous. You hear me, Mike?" "Hey, Moon," Mike yelled before Moon could hang up. "Say, man, I got my kid sister with me, man. You think I better drop her off first before I get to the garage?" For the first time, Moon blew his cool. "Hell no! You don't do no fucking chance you got right now is having the board along. If some cop cars should ride past and see her in the car, they might not harass you. But just you and Blue alone? Shit, man. Think it out for yourself, bruh. You say Blue's hurt, didn't you? Moon wiped the sweat off his brow, then picked up a pencil off the bar and began to write out an address as he continued to talk. You keep her with you, Mike. I'll have another guy come along just to drop her off, but she stays with you until the boys get there. You can even fake the people out in the garage by sitting in the car with a broad along. But 2 men? It makes people suspicious. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I see what you mean, Moon, Mike replied quickly as he glanced out the pay booth at Edna in the car. He could see Blue lying out on the car seat. Even from where he was, Blue did not look good. Okay, then we done wasted enough time rapping, man. Let's get down to business, Moon ordered, then hung up. He turned on the 4 men standing around watching them. Well now, he began. That was the fool there. He's in trouble, and Blue's been hurt. Moon walked around his bar and pushed a button. A panel with glasses on a small ledge began to slide backwards. When it was open, a man sitting on one of the expensive bar stools could see the various weapons hanging from the pegs inside the compartment. Moon reached in and removed 2 sawed-off shotguns and placed them on the bar. He then placed 2 pistols next to the shotguns. Now, I want all 4 of you guys to go along on this deal so that nothing can go wrong. Park in the rear of the garage. I'll have called and made arrangements so that the back door will be open. Park your cars back there. You had better take 2 of them along so that if anything goes wrong, you'll have another way of getting clear. But should nothing go wrong on this deal, Blue is already hurt, so he won't be no problem. And Mike won't be expecting nothing either, so he won't be no trouble. The broad has got to be knocked off along with him. Mike has some cash on him, $1,000, and you boys can keep that. When you guys get back, there will be 4,000 more waiting for you. Again, Moon wiped the sweat off his brow. That's all I can tell you, except be damn sure you kill every last motherfucking one of them. Moon picked up one of the shotguns and held it out to a tall, bald-headed black man. Earl, I want you to be in charge of this little detail, so I'm giving you one of the shatter guns. You can give the other one to whoever you think will handle it right. I just don't want no slip-ups. The slim, dark Negro handled the gun smoothly. It seemed to be a part of him once he took it into his hands.
Don't worry about a thing, Moon. I don't like working with this many people anyway. But for you, anything goes.
He tossed the other shotgun to a short, light-skinned man with bad skin.
Here you go, Red. I trust you enough not to trust you, so you're my best bet.
He grinned at Moon.
Red likes the sight of blood, so he's the ideal man for using one of these here little gems.
Earl laughed loudly at his so-called joke, then started for the door. He didn't bother to look back. The other 2 men removed the pistols from the bar stool and quickly followed the first pair out of the apartment. As soon as he finished talking on the telephone, Mike hurried back to the car. When he opened the door, Blue slumped over on his side. Mike had to lift the unconscious man back up before he could sit down. He stared at the broken blade embedded in Blue's eyeball. The sight of it, and the pus, and the blood leaking out of it was almost enough to make a man vomit. Edna saw the expression on his face.
It sure is a bad-looking wound, ain't it, Mike?
She started the motor.
Well, what did Big Brother say? Is he coming to our rescue?
Yeah! He gave me an address to go to. He's going to have some people pick Blue up and take him over to a doctor that they use for things just like this, Mike stated importantly. I've been telling you, sis, that Moon looks out for the people who work for him. I mean, this ain't no short-stopping organization that Moon runs, Edna. He's big time.
Yeah, I know,
She replied quietly, relieved that the responsibility of taking care of Blue would drop on somebody else's shoulders instead of theirs. She took another long look at Blue, and again the thought entered her mind that he was hurt a lot worse than they imagined him to be. He seemed to have gone into a coma. The way the man moaned and groaned while unconscious revealed to some extent just how serious the man's injury was. Edna had her doubts about whether or not a doctor could help Blue out now. There was one thing she was sure of. He'd never see out that injured eye again. She'd bet money on that. Take your time, sis. We ain't got to go but over to 110th Street, so ain't no reason to speed, Mike stated nervously as he took a quick look over his shoulder. The sound of a police siren in the distance caused both of them to become frightened. Edna started to park the car, but Mike ordered her to keep on driving. It ain't for us, girl. Just keep your cool, Mike cautioned, trying to appear more assured than he actually was.
We just done come so close to being at an end to this Mike. I'd hate for something to happen now,
Edna said as she drove slowly onward. Both of them counted the blocks slowly as they went by.
Just one more to go,
Edna said, speeding up. Yeah, baby. At the next corner, turn right. The garage is on the left-hand side of the street. But slow this damn car down, girl. We don't want to get stopped now, he yelled loudly. For a moment, Blue mumbled something, but neither one of the occupants in the car could understand what he had said. Just hold on, Blue. Just hold on, partner, Mike stated as he leaned down and spoke softly in Blue's ear as if that would make the man understand him. The only reaction from Blue was a loud groan. Mike sat up straight, wondering for the first time whether or not his friend was going to make it. It was obvious that Blue was in bad shape. I don't know, Edna, Mike began. I ain't never seen nobody hurt like this before. I mean, I saw guys cut up, but never stabbed in the eye. Damn, it sure as hell looks f***ed up, don't it? Edna waited until she made the right-hand turn before answering.
Mike. I don't even believe a doctor's going to be able to help him. I know he ain't going to ever be able to use that eye again,
she stated as she slowed down and started to watch for the garage. There it is, sis, on the right-hand side of the street. Just pull right up to the door. Somebody will open it from the inside. She followed his orders and pulled up into the driveway. Before they had reached the door, it began to go up. Edna slowly drove inside as the door started to come back down. Just keep on toward the back, Mike ordered. The man who had opened the door waved them on, standing in the doorway of a small office. As the car went past, he sat back down and made a move on the checkerboard that was on the desk. The other elderly man in the office had remained seated in an old wooden chair. He grinned as he moved his hand and picked up a checker and made a jump. Maybe if you had some more customers, you'd make some more dumb moves like that, the old man said as he continued jumping until he had taken 3 pieces. Yeah, his friend replied, his mind drifting away from the simple game they were playing. Maybe that's just what I need. As he spoke, 2 cars pulled up in the alleyway. Earl, in the first car, waved red. The driver of the second car passed. He searched for a good parking place and found one. He had been looking for some place where he wouldn't be blocked in. Well, Duke, Earl said to the man next to him, we might as well get the ball rolling. Ain't no time like the present, Earl, Duke answered, opening the car door and climbing out. Both men walked side by side until they reached the second car. As Red and his partner Charles got out, Earl spoke directly to Red.
I'm wondering if we might not be better off to leave somebody with the machines to make sure don't nobody double park and block one of us in. What do you think about that?
You might be right, Earl, Red replied quickly. We don't really need no 4 men for this shit. So maybe if we left Charles behind, it would make things go a hell of a lot easier when it came time to get the hell away. I done seen more than one motherfucker get wasted 'cause his ride couldn't be used when he needed it.
Yeah, Earl said quickly. I think we better.
He turned to the man with Red.
Charles, you get the easy part this time, my man. Just make sure you don't let no punks block either one of the rides in. I guess you can handle that with no problem, can't you?
He didn't wait for the man to answer. Earl started walking down the alley that led to the garage. He felt the sawed-off shotgun under his suit coat, making sure it was in place. When he reached the door of the garage, he stopped and glanced back at the 2 men with him.
Okay,
he said slowly.
This is the way we play it. We don't go in with guns out. We go in, check everything out. Mike don't suspect nothing, so we ain't got no problem. You, Duke, you take care of Blue. Red, you knock the off, and I'll handle Mike. Now, it won't be no fuck up with everybody shooting wildly at whoever he sees. This way, each one of us has a fucking target. Be sure to put at least 2 good slugs into your damn target, 'cause Moon don't want no motherfucking mix-up on this one.
Earl waited until both men had nodded their heads in agreement, then pushed open the back door of the garage. Chapter 7. After Paul got his coffee, he sat back on the bed and made himself comfortable as he opened the diary again. He noticed at once that it had been written in the first person, but after that, he forgot to read it with a critical eye for grammar or spelling because he became too interested in what he read. My plans have been made, so today should be my last day in New York. If everything goes right, I should be on my way on the evening flight to California. The only reason I'm delaying my departure is that today's Mother's Day, and I have 2 women who receive checks. There's also the chance of me ripping off Moon for a nice piece of heroin, and it's too good a chance to pass up. For the past 2 months, I've been setting Moon up for Justice Day, so it's been well planned. Well, today I've just went just fine so far. I met Moon up on 127th Street and got 2 pieces of dope from him. He expects the money later on in the day after I collect from the women he thinks I have in my make-believe stable. It took a while to get him to the point where he would trust me with so much dope, but since he knows I don't use, he ain't worried. Far be it, his pride is so big that he doesn't think a would have the nerve to bum him, the dumb fool. Yes, I wouldn't rip him off if I was planning on staying here, because I know his anger would be out of sight, but Moon ain't nothing but a Harlem hoodlum who would never have the resources to reach as far as the West Coast for someone who has ripped him off. Now that I got all the dope, all that's holding me back now is the mailman. I'm gonna go over to Vera's house now and get a check. After I promise to bring her a piece of dope back for it, she won't be any trouble either. Well, that didn't take long. I wasn't gone but an hour. Stupid waiting for me with the check. After taking her to get it cashed, then I will be back at her apartment in an hour. As I write this, I wonder if anybody would have ever read it and believed that people could be so fucking dumb. Since this morning, I've collected 3 pieces of heroin and a check for $220. Vera has 6 kids, and I do wonder how the dumb bitch is gonna make it without some kind of money. I was even tempted to leave her with $10 or $20, something she could have used to buy some food for the kids. But on second thought, I realized that if I left her with $20, she wouldn't have bought shit. She wouldn't have bought shit for her kids. Hell no! The would have bought some dope to take care of that monkey she got on her back. Damn! But did I have trouble collecting that check from Edna? She didn't want to give me none of it. Told me she had to buy clothes for her children and some other bullshit. Had to kick the shit out of her, plus hit that punk son of hers with a motherfucking bottle. What was his name? Mike? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Had to knock 2 of his front teeth out with a Coke bottle before I could get out of their flat with the money. The old bitch fought like hell for a few dollars, even though she's been giving me part of her check for the last 3 months. Well, that just goes to show you can never figure her out. Here she was, the only one I figured I wouldn't have any trouble with. Just promised her I'll bring her back the money in a day or 2, but she wouldn't buy no part of it. Sorry about the trouble, but I'm not taking any chances. Leaving for the airport right now. You can never tell. The bitch might even go to the police. That's all I need right now, a case with the police. If things go well, my next entry in this diary will be from California. Paul laid the diary down and took a sip from his coffee. He shook his head in wonderment. The sounds coming from the downstairs apartment didn't even disturb him as he picked up the diary and continued to read. Arrived in California at 8 o'clock at night. Didn't know a person in Los Angeles, so I just told the cab driver at the airport to take me to a good motel in Hollywood. He dropped me off in front of the Golden Eagle Motel on Wilcox Avenue. After checking in, I counted my bankroll. I had over $700 in my raise, so I didn't have to worry about the rent for a while. Paul read the next page in surprise, then sat the diary down. He stared at the wall for a second, then reread the next page again. That's it! He exclaimed, his voice sounding loud in the empty apartment. The poor son of a bitch was really trying to write a book. No, I wonder just how much of this shit here is real and how much of this shit is an overworked imagination. Paul studied the handwriting before him. Maybe the guy was really planning on trying to sell this shit to some publisher, Paul reflected. As his coffee began to cool, Paul drained the last of it from his cup. He picked the diary up and continued from where he had left off. He grinned to himself as he began to read dialogue. Now that King David's diary began to have an exchange of conversation between different people, Paul was sure that King David was either writing his autobiography or had written a pretty good beginning for a work of fiction. The motel room was hip, wall-to-wall carpet, plus a color television with a waterbed. Being on the safe side, I stashed the heroin inside a pair of shorts, then put them in a compartment where I kept my dirty clothes. This was in case I happened to get a Snoopy maid or one that stole. In any case, didn't think she would bother looking inside my dirty laundry bag. Damn! Been laying out in a lawn chair near the pool. This is something a poor black like me ain't used to. And the friendliness of these white chicks out here is unbelievable. If the studs back in the Big Apple only knew how friendly these little white broads are out here, it would be a black tidal wave because of so many black motherfuckers leaving and heading for the sunny shores of Los Angeles. Got to be dressed now. I made a date with a cute blonde I met at the pool. Dinner, then a few drinks at some club she says is mellow. Janet took me to Club 21 near Hollywood and Vine. The inside of the nightclub was something out of a movie. I mean, it's gonna take some getting used to after them crummy joints I've been used to hanging out in back home. Janet is something to write home about herself. Blonde, with a shape like a brick house. I ain't never spoke to a white girl that looks this good before, let alone take one out. I think I could have laid the bitch after we got back from clubbing, but I ain't want to rush or give her the idea that the only thing I wanted for her was a piece of... I also found out her weakness. This fine little bitch likes coke. Well, if she likes coke, I think I got just the thing for her. She also hinted that most of the crowd she ran around with snorted coke. If that's the case, this will just be the break I need to get rid of the heroin I got. I don't think none of the know the difference between girl or boy, so I'm gonna sell them heroin for cocaine if it looks right. The first time I get a chance, I think I'll slip her some boy and see if she knows the difference. If she doesn't, baby, it will be smooth sailing for me. Ain't got but a minute, so I'll just jot this down. Janet is taking me shopping so that I could pick up a bathing suit. Can you dig? A country boy laying out next to the swimming pool beside all that fine white trim? It's hard to believe, but true. Gotta go. She just called. Paul grinned as he professionally noticed when the diary stopped being a diary and became a novel. King David must have been a lonely man, Paul reasoned as he read on. Hi, Janet. Damn, girl. You're even more lovely than what you were last night, if that's possible. She laughed brightly as she stepped into my apartment. Before closing the door, I glanced down to see who had seen her come into my motel room. I noticed 3 women at the pool glancing toward my door, so I knew she hadn't entered without being noticed.
Hi, David. Are you ready to go on a little shopping spree?
Her voice was more husky when she spoke than I had remembered. In just a minute, Janet, I answered as I tried not to stare at her, but it was impossible not to look at the tall, narrow-featured blonde. Her hair was straight like most white girls wore their hair nowadays, hanging down on the shoulders. Every now and then, she tossed her head back to get the hair out of her face. Then you could see her eyes. Her eyes were something else just by themselves. Or maybe it was just me, since I never had a blue-eyed woman before. I was fascinated by them.
Well, honey,
she said, snapping me out of the trance I had fallen into.
Don't you remember me? I'm the same person you brought home at 4 o'clock this morning and left so rudely at my door.
She smiled at me when she said this, kidding me about being so proper, because as I mentioned, I didn't try to get into her pants last night or even this morning. I just took her to her door and then walked around the pool and entered my own room. I grinned back at her. This broad didn't believe in bullshit. She came right out with it.
I decided to check out my thoughts on the cocaine.
Hey, Janet, don't come down on me so hard, please. I was just wondering, should I offer you a snort of this coke I got, or should I wait until we come back from shopping?
If you know what's good for you, you had better wait until after we get our shopping done. Or there won't be any shopping trip this day once I get some of that cocaine up my big nose,
she stated in her husky voice, then rolled her eye toward the bed.
Well, David, I don't think I'm going to have to spell it out for you, am I?
We both laughed at that. She looked so serious when she rolled her eyes toward the bed that I couldn't help but take her in my arms. We kissed slowly at first. Then, as I felt her fingers moving up and down my back, I crushed her in my arms. I could feel her legs spread as we stood tightly embraced. The tight mini skirt she had on only aroused me more as I felt her long legs pressing against me. As my grew harder, I pushed her back from me. Shh, I cursed. You talk about not going shopping? If you kiss me like that again, we won't leave here for a couple of weeks. Her beautiful eyes seemed to become smoky as she stared into mine.
That sounds fine to me, David, but those nosy b****s out at the pool were watching me so close when I came in that I would like to go back out as soon as possible so that their nasty little minds can run amok wondering what we are doing.
Do you care? I asked seriously.
Not really,
she replied quickly. Oh, let's get that fucking shopping trip over with then, I said quickly, now impatient to get her back and lay her out on the waterbed. When we left my place, the women at the pool had been joined by 2 white dudes who stared at me angrily. I could see the anger in their eyes from where we talked, which was over 50 feet from the pool. I'm going to have to rent me a car so that I could get around, I told Janet as we reached the street.
I see you're not planning on taking me up on my offer,
she said, leading me over to the old 1961 Pontiac she drove.
Whenever you need transportation, it's here, though I realize it's not the latest model car on the road.
After she mentioned it, I remember that she had offered to have a set of keys made for me last night. It had completely slipped my mind. Nah, honey, it's not like that. Until I can find my way around, I might just take you up on the offer. I found a pair of swimming trunks at the second store we entered, but by then I was caught up in the shopping spree. 2 hours later, we stopped at a restaurant and had a steak dinner with lobster. Now that's a real treat for a New Yorker. Imagine having lobster with steak for less than $5. Last, we both ordered Jell-O, which none of us had room for, but it was such a wonderful afternoon that neither one of us wanted to bring it to a close. From what I'm writing here, you might get the impression that I was falling in love. Well, It wasn't no corny shit like that happening. It was just the newness of everything. Here I hadn't been in California 3 days, yet I had damn near caught me a white girl that looked like a movie star. Oh yeah, by the way, if I haven't mentioned it, I will now. Janet worked on a television show, can you dig it? The bitch had got a job on TV. We hadn't gotten around to rapping on what kind of bread she made. She mentioned the fact to me that she worked on a program that came on once a week. I kind of faked her out when she mentioned it, you know. So what? Big deal. And all of that shit like it was nothing. While all the time I was creaming in my motherfucking pants. The bitch had to make fair paper, no matter how small a part she had on the program. Janet didn't drink, so I didn't really need any oil, but I picked up a pint of gin anyway, just so that I would have it around the pad. Next, we went over to a friend of hers, and she ran in and bought, or they gave her, a bag of reefer.
Oh, shit.
She cried as we drove back to the motel.
I haven't got any papers, David.
She took her eyes off her driving and glanced at me. Damn! I exploded as she nearly ran into an oncoming car. Don't get us killed over it. Just stop at the first drugstore you see, Janet, and I'll run in and pick up some papers. I have to make a note of this, since I'm from Harlem. Back east, they don't really have drugstores out here like we do back home. Mostly, it's whiskey stores, unless you go to one of the large chain store drugstores, yet it seems to work out okay. We arrived at the motel and quickly got in the in bed. Ain't no sense in me writing all that went down, cause then whoever ends up reading this will think I was some kind of nut. What needs to be stated is the way she flipped over the heroin. Since it was China white, she couldn't tell the damn difference. In a matter of minutes, her head dropped on her beautiful and she was in a dope fiend's nod. Then I watched her closely as she lifted her head and said,
Damn, Dave, this sure is some strong coke, honey. Maybe you should try cutting it more.
I had to fight back the laughter that came to my lips. It was going as sweet as I could possibly hope for it to go. The dirty son of a bitch, Paul mumbled as he continued to read the diary. A loud disturbance in the hallway caused Paul to get up from his bed and open the door of his room. He watched the who stayed next door to him perform his weekly show. Was completely naked except for a large butcher knife he held in his right hand. He was cursing at a tall, dark-skinned man who Paul recognized as the The tall, dark young man was drunk, but not too drunk not to know had a knife. As the voice began to rise shrilly, Paul closed the door. He had seen this act too many times in the past. He knew that eventually the would stop waving a knife or manage to run the tall man back into their small room. After that, there will be the sounds of sex coming through the walls, with the screaming at the top of his voice in joy. What a fucking world, Paul whispered as he went back to the bed and picked up the diary again. For a minute, he was tempted to put it down and go to sleep, but for some reason, King David's poor attempt to really write a novel instead of a diary drew him to it. Somewhere in the back of his mind was the thought that it wouldn't take much to really put it in shape, not for him anyway. If it remained interesting, he just might make a complete book out of it. Of course it would take some work, but a man didn't stumble over a good story every day. And from what he had read so far, it might just appeal to some sections of the public. It's been over a week now since I've been giving Janet heroin for cocaine. She still doesn't know the difference. In fact, she has brought me another customer, a young white boy who's supposed to be some kind of director or something out of the studio where she works. At first, I was kind of leery of selling to him, but it worked like a motherfucking charm. His name is Charles Bennett, a tall, long-haired bastard with a narrow face. He is just as dumb as Janet when it came to dope. I sold them heroin for coke and all is well. So far, they haven't found out the difference. And by the time they do, I'll be out of the stuff. Running out of dope? I'm shopping around trying to find a connection. Everybody out here says the Mexicans have the best dope, but since I don't speak Spanish, it's hard to make a connect. That's the only thing that's holding me back. If I could restock my supply of heroin, I might fuck around and get rich off these silly so that. Ran into a up in Hollywood last night. I know he uses stuff, so I'm afraid to put my own money in his hand. He says he can cop me some raw stuff. That's what they call pure dope out here. It's supposed to be uncut dope, means you might be able to step on it 2 or 3 times if you are lucky. But the way I see it, if I can find some good drugs and just step on it 1 time and it still be good, I'll clean up, selling it to my white customers for coke. I'm going to meet the at Club 21 this afternoon. Got to get dressed now so that I can take Janet to work. I'll need to use her raggedy car the rest of the day. Just the thought of Janet reminds me the is strung out just about as far as a can get without really knowing it. I think she is beginning to realize it. She was sick yesterday morning. Had to have some dope. Since she only snorts the stuff, it takes a hell of a lot of it to get her straightened out. Oh well, she has helped me out quite a bit, bringing me new customers and shit like that. So I don't mind giving the bitch credit whenever she asks for it. But my bag is getting damn near empty. If I should run out of the stuff, the 4 honkies I got copping from me will realize that they are strung out, because every fucking one of them will end up sick as hell if I don't see to it that they get some drugs each and every day. Well, that problem is over now. I took the brother out to Watts. Damn, but it's a fucking ghetto out there. It looks like something out of Mississippi. All they got is small houses with hanging out on every corner. Yet, I felt at home when I was out there. I guess it shows that you can take it out of the country, but you can't get the country out of it. I wouldn't let the brother out of my sight with the money, so he had to take me in and introduce me to his damn connect. He told the man we were brothers, real ones at that. The nigga went along with it anyway and sold me some drugs. I let my junkie test the dope for me after I just put 1 on it. Even after the nigga swore I could put 2 on it, I still just cut it 1 time. It's good dope with 1 cut of mix on it. I'm going to have to use a lot of milk sugar to get it as white as I want it to be so they could pass for cocaine. I spent $150 for a quarter piece of raw dope. Didn't cut but one $50 raw balloon, saving the rest until I got back to my place so that I could put the milk sugar on it, plus the rest of the white dope I got. Had I been thinking before, I would have copped sooner. That way, I could have used my China white dope to cut the dark brown shit they sell out here for heroin. Had a hard time getting rid of the who took me out to Watts. He wanted to follow me home, like I was fool enough to let a like that know where I stay. I had to threaten to put my foot in his if he didn't get the out the car when I got back to Hollywood. Promised him that whenever I was ready to cop, I'll call him up so he could go along and test my dope for me. So it ain't just a lie I told him. I might just really need him. Took his phone number just in case. Somebody gotta test this shit, because I sure as hell wasn't going to. I got to respect King Heroin. Seen it not too many boss players on their ass for me to ever make the mistake and put the needle in my arm even 1 time. As the dope fiends say, once is too many, 1,000 times is not enough, and I believe them. They should know heroin's to be sold, not used. Well, happy days are here. Just gave Janet a free sample of my new shit. This ignorant love the shit out of it. Just goes to show you, people love that witch they can't control. Anyway, I fixed up 8 $25 balloons for Janet to take along with her to work. She sold at least $200 worth of dope a day at the studio for me. It was one hell of a setup I had going. String out half the that work on a daily television show. Sometimes I watch the show and try to figure out which one of the white actors are junkies. I know there are at least 4 of them. The sight of them tickles the shit out of me because I know I could bring their little playhouse crumbling down around their f***ing heads whenever I feel like pulling the string. Paul closed the diary slowly, shaking his head. What kind of son of a bitch was King David, he wondered, as he stretched out on the bed and trying to find some sleep. But sleep didn't come quickly. The words in the diary kept coming back to him, and he realized he wanted to know why King David was killed. Chapter 8. Moon didn't have long to wait after the men left before he had more company. Alvin came through the door, followed by Rocky. Rocky's dark face lit up with a smile as he pulled out the envelope and held it out to Moon. "Them ran into more trouble than they were looking for," he said as Moon took the money from him. Moon glared at his lieutenant. "Them don't know what the meaning of trouble is yet." Rocky glanced over at Alvin. They had discussed it in the car. Alvin had stated that Moon would end up knocking all three of them off, but Rocky hadn't believed it. After counting the money quickly, Moon managed to get his temper under control. "It's a damn shame Mike couldn't forget the old problems, or better yet, handled the fucking hit cleanly. Then it wouldn't be all this shit. Now us three have got to get the hell out of here. I want some kind of alibi in case something should happen this evening and people get to wondering where the was old Moon. So I reckon you boys better have a good alibi too." Moon glanced at his two men, then put the clincher on it. "I don't really need one, but you boys might just need one. So I'm gonna take you out on the town." He laughed loudly. "I don't reckon we'll need any hardware on us, just in case some of them fucking detectives try playing at being police officers tonight. We won't give them the chance to make no cases on us." Moon laughed again loudly, then reached out and patted Rocky on the back. Both men walked over to the bar, taking the pistols with them. Alvin went behind the bar and opened the panel. He shoved both guns in, then came back around the bar. Moon grinned at him like a happy father. "Good. Now let's ride over to Sonny Wilson's joint. There should be some fine brown-skinned broads laying around doing nothing who would just love our company." Moon led the way toward the door. Before Moon could reach the door, Alvin ran around him to open it. Alvin held the door open until Rocky and Moon had gone through. They took the elevator downstairs. Once outside, Alvin again held the door open. This time, it was the door of Moon's private limousine. The large luxury automobile was designed in such a way that only a chauffeur looked right driving it. As Moon settled himself comfortably in the back seat, Alvin got in the front on the passenger side, and Rocky took over as chauffeur. The big motor started up quickly, purring the way only an expensive car motor can. As Rocky pulled away from the curb, Moon reached over and opened up the small refrigerator bar in the back of his car. He quickly mixed himself a shot of scotch on the rocks. He tossed it off and fixed another one quickly. This one he took his time with, settling back against the leather and enjoying the ride. As they went down the darkened ghetto streets, people out walking glanced curiously at the expensive car that passed them by. Their destination was down in Harlem. Rocky drove through the light traffic expertly, weaving the long automobile in and out of the traffic. In a few minutes, he pulled up in front of a nightclub that had seen better days. Alvin got out of the car first. He didn't like the idea of being weaponless, but Moon was the boss. He glanced up and down the street closely before stepping to the back door and opening it for Moon. The few idle strollers walking past didn't slow down to look. One glance at the passengers in the car was enough for them. In Harlem, you didn't see expensive cars like the long black one at the curb unless it was loaded with gangsters. Rich white people didn't dare venture into that part of the black ghetto at night, so the only other persons able to afford such autos were the crooks and the politicians, who were just as crooked as the gangsters. As Alvin held the rear door open, Moon climbed out of the back seat. He moved the way most fat men moved, slowly and ponderously. His heavy belly shook as he straightened up and glanced around. 5 young teenagers stopped and watched the big dope man as he made his way across the sidewalk and into the nightclub. It would be something for them to talk about the next day. It wasn't every day that they got a chance to see the biggest dealer in the district. They watched the way Moon's 2 lieutenants handled themselves, opening the doors in front of him and searching the surroundings for danger. There was no pretense. The two gunmen were extra serious because they didn't have any guns on them. The thought of danger leaping out at them was always present. It would be a good time for a rival dealer to get Moon out of the way. The inside of the club was dark. A light-complexioned woman hurried over and met them at the door. She smiled brightly, revealing marvelous teeth.
Why, Mr. Moon, what a wonderful surprise. Why didn't you call? We could have saved your favorite table for you.
Moon grinned at her. Thanks, Brenda, but it's not necessary. We didn't even know we were going to drop by tonight. We were on this side of town, so I decided to stop by and hear your latest singer. I heard she's real good. Moon peered down at the low-cut gown she wore. Her luscious breasts seemed about to pop out of the tight-fitting dress. Brenda knew that Moon liked her. Every time the gangster visited, he gave her a good tip. As she led them to the best table she could find, she noticed that he was already digging around in his pocket for her tip. When she reached the closest table she could find in the stage, she stopped and smiled.
I'm sorry, sir, but if I'd only known, I would have kept you a better one open all night.
She made the statement only to ensure a larger tip. Moon smiled at her. He liked the attention he got when they walked into the club. He knew everybody in the place was watching them. "If Mr. Wilson isn't too busy," he said loudly, "tell him I'm here. And if he has the time to come on over and have a drink with me." Brenda continued to hold her bright smile even as she wished he would lower his voice. She knew better than to insult somebody like Moon. That could become very bad business. In fact, it could even cost Brenda her job. Moon carried quite a bit of weight, and it wasn't just on his body.
He's back in the office going over some books, but I will make sure he gets your message, dear,
Brenda said lightly. She took the $20 bill out of his hand as he held it out to her. Moon settled down in his chair with his broad back against the nearby wall. All three of the men kept their eyes on Brenda's large as she made her way through the tables. She was an eyeful, and just about every man inside the club watched her as she walked. Her body swayed as though she was keeping up with some music that no one heard but her. It was graceful, not faked. Her hips moved, but it seemed more of a part of her than something she had practiced for hours until she had perfected it. Only Brenda knew how many painful hours she had spent walking up and down a stairway with some books on her head while she kept her back perfectly straight. It was part of her makeup. She wanted to be a lady, and everybody who met her came away with just that opinion. She was one hell of a lady. The waitress rushed up to Moon's table. "Bring us a bottle of Sonny's best champagne, honey," Moon ordered quickly. The men watched her as she walked away. The tight shorts she wore covered little, exposing a good portion of her. Rocky broke out into a grin. "Now I'd like to ride that for a few hours." "You're," Alvin said. "The only thing you'd like to do would be to lay your big ass boy and cool it off. I've been hearing you're one hell of a Rocky, my boy. Now I know you ain't no bushwhacker, is you?" Moon was joking, and Alvin broke out into loud laughter. Rocky grinned sheepishly. "Ain't no walls talked yet, Moon." The three men laughed good-naturedly, then turned toward an attractive woman who had just walked onto the stage. The woman made a few good jokes about the crowd, then started to sing in a deep, sexy voice. She sang some blues, then quickly moved into a beautiful rendition of Over the Rainbow. The crowd fell silent as she sang. When she finished, they broke into loud clapping and stomping, yelling for more. She finally agreed to sing one more number. "Damn, that girl can sing," Moon said as the singer finished and left the stage. He waved toward a waitress, beckoning for the woman to hurry over. "Honey," he said as she came up to the table, You go back to the office and tell Mr. Wilson that Mr. Moon would like to see him as soon as possible. You understand?
I'm sorry,
The young waitress said quickly.
but I'm not allowed to go back to the office.
Hey, honey, do you know who that is you're talking to? Alvin asked sharply.
No.
The girl answered honestly.
But it doesn't make any difference. I'm still not allowed to go back to Mr. Wilson's office unless he asks for me.
Moon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Okay, gal, I'll tell you what. You go find Brenda. You go find her and tell her to get her over here real quick. Now, do you think you're allowed to do something like that? The young waitress shifted around nervously.
Yes, I can do that,
She said finally. Then before either of the men could say anything else, she hurried off. When she saw Brenda near the cloakroom, she almost broke into a run.
Brenda,
She yelled as she came near.
you better go over to that table where that fat man is at. He's demanding that somebody go back and get Mr. Wilson for him. That's okay, Jean,
Brenda answered quickly.
I told Moon when I took him to his seat that I would inform Mr. Wilson that he was here. Well, he just asked me to ask you to come back over to his table. He wants to see you right now. Though I don't know who in the hell he thinks he is, giving people orders like he owns the place.
The waitress was belligerent, unaware of either Moon's importance or his bankroll.
Well, don't worry about him.
Brenda said quietly.
Though he could cause you more trouble than you want, just leave him to me. You have to handle Mr. Moon with kid gloves. Well, I'm glad you're handling him instead of me.
Jean said.
Something about him gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Brenda laughed as she walked away. When she noticed all of the men at Moon's table watching her, she hurried toward them.
Yes, sir. Can I be of any help?
She asked brightly. Yeah, Moon said. I wanted to talk to Wilson, but now I've got a better idea. I want to have a few words with that singer you got over there. Do you think you could get her to come over here to the table and have a drink with me? She bent down before answering. This was going to be a problem, she reflected coldly as she made sure Moon had a good look at her semi-exposed.
Moon, honey,
She began.
that's a problem there.
She held up her hand before Moon could say anything.
Nancy, our singer, is married to a very jealous man. She never joins anybody at their table. Keeps the confusion down at home.
Brenda laughed to take the sting out of her words.
I don't know why the dude is so jealous, though. She's got 4 kids, and don't no man want no woman with 4 kids by some other man. You know what I mean?
With the utmost patience, Moon waited until she had finished her little speech. You don't seem to understand, Brenda. I'm not out shopping for some straight. In fact, if that was what I wanted, I wouldn't even have to leave my penthouse. It would be delivered, and it would be the very best on the motherfucking market. So no, that's not it. I want to talk to the little singer about a business proposition.
Oh.
Brenda managed to say before she was cut off. Don't you worry about it, Moon said generously. We all have the propensity to go off half-cocked at times. Now, would you be so kind, Brenda, as to ask the young lady over so that I can inquire about the chance of both of us making some green stuff?
Damn!
Brenda cursed under her breath. There was no way she could get out of approaching Nancy, even though she had a good idea what Nancy would say. Nancy didn't want anything to do with some neighborhood gangster, no matter how much pull he might have in this small world. But she knew it wasn't her place to tell him that. Mr. Wilson could easily replace her, yet he'd think twice before attempting to replace Nancy. She was more than just good. She was exceptional.
Well, Moon, since you put it that way, I'll relay your wishes to Nancy, but I still can't promise anything. If I can't get her to come, I'll relay your message to Mr. Wilson and see if he can do it.
Brenda turned away from the table and hurried backstage. As she made her way through the tables, Brenda decided that, whatever happened, she would make sure she came out of it smelling like a rose. Nancy was a hard rock to crack, and she didn't even have any idea about how the singer might react. She walked past the stage and entered the narrow hallway that led back to the dressing rooms and the boss's office. There was a faded gold star painted on the door that led into the singer's dressing room. Brenda knocked loudly. Then when she heard Nancy asking who it was, she entered.
Hi, Nancy,
Brenda said as she closed the dressing room door behind her. She glanced around the room. Gowns were everywhere. Brenda was a constant visitor backstage, so Nancy just smiled when she saw who it was. The two women sometimes rode home together because Nancy didn't have a car.
Hi, Brenda. What brings you back this way? Searching for a good drink?
Nancy pointed to a pint of whiskey sitting on the dresser.
Help yourself. Ain't no f***ing ice, though. I can't get one of these lazy is to bring me some back here. Nah, sugar,
Brenda said quickly.
I got an issue, honey. What's that?
Nancy inquired good-naturedly. Shit, Brenda said, pushing some clothes off a chair onto the floor and flopping down into the chair.
Have a seat,
Nancy said sarcastically as she saw her dresses shoved so coldly onto the floor. If Brenda hadn't pushed them onto the floor, Nancy would have done the same thing. To see someone else push her dresses on the floor kind of rubbed her the wrong way, though.
My, aren't we in a good temper tonight?
Brenda said as she crossed her legs and lit a cigarette. For a moment, the two women stared at each other. Then Nancy reached over and poured herself a drink. Brenda watched as the brown-skinned singer drained the whiskey straight, then poured another. Without all the makeup, Brenda could see the lines in Nancy's face. She knew that she was not a young woman any longer. Nancy was in her late 30s, and the heavy drinking showed. There were bags under her eyes from too many late hours and too much whiskey.
What's worrying you, Brenda?
Nancy asked in a mellow voice. Brenda let out a sigh. The best way to get to the solution of her problem would be with the truth. Any other way would be a waste of time.
Nancy, I got a fucking problem, and it concerns you,
Brenda said, glancing around for somewhere to knock her ashes and finding a crowded ashtray on the edge of the trunk. The two women became silent while they eyed each other.
Well,
Nancy said,
you're going to have to explain that a little more clearly, Brenda, 'cause I sure as hell don't know where you're coming from.
Clenching her jaw, Brenda blurted out the truth.
Nancy, I got a petty gangster outside sitting at ringside. I guess you know him. Moon, the big dope man from uptown.
Brenda spread out her hands, then cut Nancy off with a wave and continued.
He heard you sing, and now he wants me to get you to join him at his table. The hell he do?
Nancy yelled.
You know I don't sit at no bastard's table, Brenda. I know,
Brenda answered quickly.
I told the motherfucker just that, Nancy. But you know how these neighborhood gangsters are. They got so much pride and think everybody should jump when they speak 'cause they have a pocket full of money. He don't want to talk no bullshit with you, though. He says to tell you he can help you cut a record. Yeah, I just bet he can,
Nancy said quickly.
Nah, honey, it ain't no bullshit,
Brenda said.
If Moon says he can do it, he can. He's not trying to hit on you either. I give you my word on that. He says to let you know that it's strictly money he's interested in, nothing else. And you believe this creep?
Nancy asked, her curiosity rising.
Oh yeah, it's no doubt about that part of it. I just figured you might not want to be involved with no f***ing gangster. Moon's big. I mean real big, Nancy. Cutting a record shouldn't and couldn't be no problem.
Nancy stood up and tossed the whiskey off.
Shit. I don't give a damn if it's the devil himself. If he can help me get a few motherfucking numbers out, sure I'll talk to him. Hell, he can't be worse than them buzzy uptown who want to take all the money. Sure, kid, don't worry about it. Let's go out and see what this Big Daddy really has to say.
Brenda was surprised, but she wouldn't show it. She stood up quickly and led the way out, wondering how easy it was to go through life thinking you knew somebody, then finding out you don't really know a damn thing about him. She would have bet money that Nancy wouldn't want anything to do with a hoodlum. Yet here she was, actually in a hurry to get out and meet a gangster who might be able to help her. Chapter 9. As the trio sat in the garage waiting for Moon's men to show up and take Blue to the doctor, Blue began to moan loudly.
Maybe it would be better if you got some cold water and washed his face,
Edna said worriedly, staring at the hurt man.
Damn, Mike, he don't look like he's gonna live if you ask me.
I don't remember anybody asking you shit, Mike stated coldly, but even as he said the words, he opened the car door and got out. He searched around the rear of the garage, looking for somewhere to get some water. Just when he was about to give up the search and go up and inquire as to the whereabouts of the toilet, he saw a door with a faded sign over it. He pushed it open, noticing that the men inside the office were involved in something. Both of their heads were down. The inside of the tiny bathroom was filthy. Mike ignored the dirty tissue on the floor and the pool of stinking, where someone had completely disregarded the upright basin. He searched diligently, but still couldn't find anything to put water in. The hell with it, he told himself, growing tired of the fruitless search. He attempted to cup his hands and carry some water that way, but when he got to the door, he couldn't get it open without using one of his hands. The water ran down through his open fingers, causing him to curse loudly. Opening the door, he let it slam furiously, then began to make his way back toward the parked car. As he came between two cars, he saw the back door open and 3 men come through. He instantly recognized the men. The quiet way they moved toward the car put him on his guard. Mike couldn't reason it out, but the men seemed too sneaky. He moved slowly and unseen toward the car. As he drew closer, he noticed that one of the gunmen had a shotgun clutched tightly in his hand. If Mike had been inside the car, he never would have noticed it, but from where he crouched, he could see everything about the men. The man with the sawed-off shotgun held it down against his leg. The 3 gunmen quickly surrounded the car. Edna glanced up as the men peeped in through the window. The friendly greeting died in her throat. There was something about the men that frightened her, even though none of them had made a menacing motion toward her. One of the men glanced in the window at Blue. Then he opened the car door on the passenger side. "Shh!" he exclaimed. "Blue don't need nothing but some burying!" He then raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The sound of the gun going off inside the building rang out loudly. "You stupid son of a bitch!" the other gunman yelled out, snatching open the door on Edna's side.
What's going on?
Edna screamed, but she was cut off when the man raised a small handgun and fired twice. The heavy slugs plowed into the young girl's face, spattering blood all over the car seat. The force of the bullets knocked her completely over. She slid down the car seat and out the open passenger door. Her body fell on top of Blue's blood and gore-soaked body. A scream of angry rage and pain filled the building. Mike came roaring around the parked car with the .38 spitting fire. His first bullet took Duke in the face. The man fell back without making a sound. Mike screamed at the top of his voice, "Edna! Edna! You fucking dirty bastards!" At first, Earl and Red had been taken by surprise, but both men were experts. They quickly got themselves together. Earl had been searching for Mike. The young man was his personal target. He raised the shotgun quickly and pulled the trigger on one barrel. The blast from the gun was loud but not deadly. Mike had just seen his sister's body and, at the time Earl pressed down on the trigger, he leapt forward to see if she was still alive. Part of the shotgun blast took him in the side. As Mike was about to reach down and snatch his sister's body up, the blow hit him. The force of the shotgun blast slammed him into the parked car next to his. He bounced off the car and quickly raised the pistol in his hand. Earl ran around the car with the sawed-off shotgun leveled out straight. He wanted a better shot this time. As soon as he came around the fender of the car, Mike pulled the trigger. 2 slugs from the .38 automatic slammed into Earl's chest. He was stopped in his tracks as if he had run straight into a brick wall. Mike's thin lips were formed in a grimace of pain, but he kept his feet under him. Rage filled him with a fighting spirit that he ordinarily would not have had. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Red aiming the sawed-off shotgun at him over the front of the car's hood. Mike dove wildly for the pavement as the shotgun blast went off. The pellets from the cartridge tore into the parked car behind him, but missed his moving body. Suddenly, it dawned on Red that he used up both shotgun shells. He tossed the useless weapon aside and broke for the back door. Mike, lying on the pavement, saw the shotgun hit the concrete. The next thing he noticed was Red's flashing feet as the man dashed for the back door. Fighting back a sob as he stood up, Mike braced his elbows on the top of the car hood and took careful aim. He steadied the pistol in both hands, then squeezed off a shot. The first bullet took Red high in the back, but didn't stop him. He stumbled once, then continued to run. Mike again took deadly aim and slowly pulled the trigger. This time, there was an empty click as the gun came around on an empty chamber. For a second, Mike stared around wildly. Then he saw blue at his feet. He reached down and shoved his sister's body off the dead man and searched frantically for the man's weapon. He remembered suddenly that Blue wore a small belt holster. He opened the dead man's coat and snatched out the deadly .38. Red didn't know how he made it. All the time he was spending trying to get the door open, he expected to feel the shock of another bullet in his back, but it didn't come. He managed to snatch the rear door open and fall through. The small paved steps that had come up so easily now tripped him up. He grabbed the arm rail and struggled down the stairs. When he reached the bottom, he raised his hand and waved for Charlie in the car. He knew he was hit, and hit bad. He couldn't control his feet. His mind was still functioning. If he could only make the car, everything will be all right. Mike ran for the rear door. He glanced over his shoulder once and thought he saw people at the front of the garage staring back at him, but he couldn't be sure. The pain in his shoulder didn't bother him too much. When he thought of his sister lying there with blood and gore all over, the pain disappeared altogether. He had trouble getting the back door open, but he managed to finally wrench it. The pain from his wound made him hesitate before he staggered to the steps to look for his wounded prey. Red had managed to get away from the rear of the building, yet he still hadn't been able to get the driver of the car to see him. It was too dark in the alley for a person to see more than a few feet in front of him. For the moment, that helped save Red's life because Mike couldn't see him in the darkness. As Red stumbled along, he fell into the nearby wall of another building. As he bounced back, he knocked over 2 garbage cans. The sounds of the cans falling over did more for Mike than anything else. He couldn't quite make out Red in the darkness, but he had an idea where he was. The sound of Red's breathing came to him suddenly, and he knew the man couldn't be too far ahead of him. Mike forced himself down the short steps and ran in the direction of the noise. As he stumbled along trying to run, the sound of his feet put fear in Red's heart. Now that Red could hear Mike behind him, he tossed all caution to the wind. "Charlie! Charlie!" he screamed in a shrill voice, trying to run. "Damn it, Charlie! Help me!" The sound of the terrified man helped Mike out. He knew now that the one he sought couldn't be far ahead. Also, he became aware of the fact that there was another man. Mike shifted the .38 in his hand and continued on, staring intently into the darkness ahead of him. Suddenly, he saw something. He raised the gun and fired. "Oh my God!" Red screamed. The bullets buzzed past his frightened head. The sound of the gunshots caused Charles to snap to attention. He cut on the headlights of the car and instantly illuminated Red stumbling through the darkness. "Damn! Charles cursed under his breath. "I thought this was supposed to be a cakewalk!" He started the car up quickly to go after Red. Charles shifted the car into gear and drove toward the running figure. In his fear, Red didn't know which side of the car to run to. He staggered up to the driver's side. Charles cursed. "Damn it! Damn it, Red! How the f*** are you supposed to get in?" He jumped from behind the steering wheel so that Red could finally get into the car. But Red never made it. From out of the darkness, another figure appeared. "I cannot let these bastards get away," Mike told himself as he stared through the blackness and finally saw the parked car. He pulled himself up from the stumbling run he had been in. As the driver jumped out of the car to let Red in, Mike took careful aim. His first shot struck Charles in the shoulder, spinning the man around. Charles cursed loudly. "Yo, Red, I'm hit!" he yelled as he fumbled for his gun. Red let out a scream of pure panic and started to run past the car. "Why, you dirty son of a b-" Charles yelled after the fleeing figure, then raised his pistol and shot Red in the back. This time, the blow struck Red between the shoulder blades and knocked him completely off his feet. As he fell onto his face in the alley, the gun battle continued. Mike, seeing the flash of the gun, raised his pistol and again took careful aim. This time, the bullet struck Charles in the left arm again, spinning him around. Charles cursed, but managed to stay on his feet. He ripped off 2 quick shots into the darkness, not sure of where his enemy was. Again, the gun flashes revealed Charles' whereabouts to the hunter. Mike fired twice more as he advanced on the wounded man. He heard the man grunt, then the sound of a body hitting the ground. He stalked slowly toward the car. He came around the front of it and made his way to the rear, where he found Charles's body. The man was stretched out on his back, with his pistol still in his hand. Mike bent down and removed the gun from Charles's hand. His own pain was so sharp that he had trouble straightening up. He leaned against the car until he got control of himself, then staggered to the open door of the car. Red could feel the life draining out of his body as he started to crawl. He needed a doctor badly if he was to retain any hope of making it. The pain in his back was so bad that he didn't think he would be able to make it, but he had to try. The smell of the garbage came to him, and he closed his eyes and prayed for the strength to make it. Somebody had to have heard the sounds of the shootout, so help would be coming. All he had to do was hold on until that help came. God, he prayed. He didn't want to die alone in the alley. Don't let me go like this, Lord, please. The sound of the racing car engine came to him, and for a moment he thought that Charles was coming to get him. Red tried to call out to Charles as the car backed toward him. "Here, Charlie!" he yelled, but his voice was barely a whisper. He twisted his neck around and tried to see. The last thing he saw was the rear end of the automobile bearing down on him. His scream wasn't even heard by the man driving the car. Mike felt a bump as he backed over Red, but couldn't figure out what he had hit until his lights picked up the dead man. When he saw the body, Mike shifted the car gears and drove straight back over the body and then backed up once more. People standing at the mouth of the alley saw everything that happened from the weak street lamp that stood a few feet away. As the car came backing out of the alley, they scattered like birds in the field at the approach of a hunter. Hunched over the steering wheel, Mike fought off the pain. He merely wanted to exist now for vengeance. Pain meant nothing, he told himself over and over again. Whenever he began to feel weak, he saw the image of Edna lying bloody on the garage floor. It was more than enough to chase the pain away. The thought of the man who had sent the killers became a malignant growth inside of him. There had been no reason for it, he told himself. Then Mike started to remember their conversation, and he realized that Moon had been planning on killing them all the time, and all the while he was on that phone talking to him. That was the reason he had asked Mike to make sure Edna stay there until they arrived. Even then, he had been planning the death of his kid sister. When the thought flashed through Mike's mind, he had to fight off the enveloping reddish haze of madness. He struggled to control himself so that he could drive the car. Mike realized suddenly that he had just run a red light. That wouldn't do, he warned himself. He couldn't stand to be stopped before he finished this night's work. No matter what happened, he'd have to reach Moon's place. Somehow, he managed to reach his destination without being stopped. He parked the car down the street, away from the streetlight. The neighborhood he was now in was above average. He was on Park Avenue, and most of the apartment buildings had well-lighted entrances. No matter how much it took, Mike told himself, he would be able to do it. He carefully checked the loads in both weapons. He only had 2 bullets in one gun and 3 in the other one. Both pistols were .38s. He took the bullets out of one and reloaded the other pistol. Now that he had 5 bullets, he believed it would be more than enough to take care of what he had to do. Chapter 10. It was no use, Paul finally decided. He switched on the lamp beside the bed, glancing at the small alarm clock on the dresser. It was just 3 o'clock in the morning, yet he couldn't sleep. All night long, he hadn't been able to think about anything but what was in the diary. Well, he decided as he kicked the bed sheets off his body and sat up, if he couldn't sleep because of the diary, he might as well spend the rest of the night reading it so that he wouldn't have the same problem tomorrow night. The first thing he did after getting up was recheck his coffee pot. He hadn't drunk all of the coffee, so he quickly lit the burners under it and reheated what he had left in the pot. Paul's mind was in an uproar. This was the first time anything had ever affected him in such a manner. Not sleeping was one problem he rarely had. As he poured his cup full of steaming coffee, he stopped for a second and listened closely to the loud noise coming from downstairs. Now that is really rude, he told himself. Anybody stupid enough to play their radio that loud at this time of the night either is the most stupid person or one of the most rude you would ever meet. In this case, he reasoned, the foolish woman under him was mixed with both stupidity and rudeness. Angered by the woman's unreasonableness, Paul raised his foot and stomped loudly on the floor. As pain shot up through his foot, he realized that he hadn't put his shoes on. He reached under the bed and slipped them on. Then he stomped around for a few minutes as loudly as he could. If she was asleep, she would wake up. For his behavior, the woman turned the radio up even louder. "Bloody damn it! You win, you fucking bitch!" Paul groaned as he fixed his coffee. After getting his cup, he carried it back over to the bed. He had to grin slyly as he thought about it. She had turned her radio up so loud that he was sure he wasn't the only person she was disturbing. Actually, she wasn't bothering him because in a few seconds he'd be so involved with the diary it wouldn't even be heard by him. The sound of someone else knocking loudly on the wall trying to make her turn it down caused Paul to smile. In another second, he was so absorbed in the diary that the radio and coffee were both forgotten. I had bought me an old 1964 Cadillac and moved into an apartment. I had to cut down on the rent some kind of way, even though it didn't bother me because I'm making money hand over fist. But I wanted to be away from Janet's friends and customers since all of them had known I stayed at the motel. Yo, it was time to leave. The apartment building I stay at has a pool too, so I won't miss the swimming. It's one of the few things I really have to do. Must find something else to do to help kill the time. The dope is selling like hotcakes, like always. By now, all of the white kids got habits, but that is their problem, not mine. I made over $5,000 so far, so things are beginning to look sweet. King David's next entry carried a date. Now that I've been on the West Coast for a year, I feel like I was born out here. I still got Janet, even though she's lost her job. Some kind of way they found out she was a junkie and discharged her, but that was all right with me. Now using her so dope for me on a full-time basis. She is one hell of a good dope dealer. She has finally found out that it ain't coke that she has been using. She called me a black motherfucker, so I had to kick her for her. But everything is all right now. I won't let the live with me though. In fact, I don't even enjoy taking a junkie to bed no more. But I kept my feelings hid. I still need her, so I'm not about to get rid of something as good as she is. Damn! Today, I ran into the finest black chick I've ever met. The bitch was tall, with a complexion like coffee, with plenty of cream in it. Her skin is so smooth that I couldn't hardly keep my hands off her. I ran into her at a party up in Hollywood. She had come along with some stiff, so I couldn't pull the bitch when I left, but I did manage to cop on her that if she'd like to get froze, to get in touch. I left her with my phone number, and knowing bitches, they all like a little coke now and then. It makes them freaky, so they say, but if the truth was known, they were freaky before they ever snorted cocaine. My phone just rang, and just like I thought, it was this tall bundle of joy. Just over 20 years old, a little taller than 5'6", under 125 pounds, with a body that God had built for only one purpose, which I'm going to check out real damn soon. My dream girl showed up just like she promised, wearing a form-fitted knitted dress that showed them big buns that I got into a little later on. But I still can't get over that heart-shaped face with that carmine mouth and huge black eyes that can only be called bedroom eyes. She had that pile of black hair that at first I thought was a wig. But after we got in the sack, I found out that it was her real hair. My God, but making love to her was a joy, and I really gave her some old-fashioned real. At one time, I was tempted to that old type because it was the best I ever had. Now, when I look back at what I've wrote, I'm not ashamed. At the present time, I don't know where our relationship is going, but this is the first woman I've ever met that I didn't want to play on. If things keep on going along like they are, I think I'm going to let Juanita move in with me. The next entry in the diary was a week later. This was the first time King David had ever used red ink. Today I offered Juanita the opportunity to move in with me. This will be a chance for her to better her condition and really get on her feet because I'm making money so fast that at times I'm scared. I hate to keep large sums of money around, though few people know where I live. It's still hard for me to believe, but the silly ass bitch turned me down. She really turned me down. When I asked why, she said she ain't like the way I earn my living. Can you dig that? Here's a silly bitch who snorts up every drop of coke I put in front of her. Yes, she doesn't like the way I earn my living? How the f she think I can afford the cocaine I give her every day is beyond me. I guess she takes it for damn granted. Now, I am sure women don't think. They don't use their brains like a man. They think with their fucking That's where their brain is located at. It could be nowhere else. Between their fucking legs, nowhere else. Again, I offered her the chance to move in with me. Again, she turned me down. Yet she still gives me all the I can handle. Try making sense of that. King David's next entry revealed his anger. I'm sick and tired now of playing with Juanita. This silly bitch has got my nose open. I hope to be able to shake this feeling. I never experienced it before. I heard talk about being in love. Even writing the word makes me feel simple. But it's true. I never had felt this way about another person other than my mother in my life. And I don't like it. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I detest this fucking feeling of concern I have for Juanita. It makes me feel like I'm weak. After reading this page of the diary, Paul reached for his coffee and drained a cup of cold liquid before turning to it again. He couldn't believe what he was reading. Could a man really feel this way? He wondered. Could another human being really hate the human race enough not to want to accept love when it came to him? A man who was lucky enough to meet a woman that he really cared for, and then purposely go out of his way and fight against human nature? Paul shook his head. It was unbelievable. King David was leaving the realm of reality as far as Paul was concerned. Now he had to wonder if what he read in the diary was true or not, yet he reflected as he thought about the matter. It was true. That was one of the reasons King David had written the diary, Paul believed. The man was trying to face himself, trying to justify a reason for his being alive. Before he could read any further, he was distracted by angry voices out in the hallway. He didn't have to open his door to hear them, but he did anyway. That way the words were clearer. Paul leaned in the doorway, listening. The argument was coming from downstairs. "Damn you!" It was a man's angry voice. "I asked you, like a gentleman, to turn the f***ing radio down!" the man yelled. "But no! A person can't treat you like a f***ing lady and give you a little f***ing respect. No! If they did that, your dumb ass will take kindness for weakness. Now I asked you nicely to turn that motherfucking, sucking, blowing radio down. Yet you wouldn't pay no attention to me. Now, you ignorant black fucking bitch, I ain't asking you, dig? I'm telling you, if you don't do something about that motherfucker, I'm personally gonna kick your thin door down and come in. Now, bitch, if I have to go to that much trouble, I'm sure enough gonna step off inside your ass. So please take a warning, crazy, 'cause I ain't gonna warn you the fuck again. Paul glanced at his wristwatch. It was 10 minutes to 4. The angry man must have listened to it for a long time before deciding to go downstairs to her door. Without seeing who the foul-mouthed man was, Paul knew him. It was the new tenant who stayed across the hall from Paul. Even as he thought about who he was, he glanced over in time to see the man's wife come out of the room carrying the young baby. Her face was twisted in a frown. Paul instantly realized what must have happened. The loud music probably woke the child up. The sound of the baby crying had then awakened the parents. The thin, dark-skinned woman usually spoke whenever she saw Paul, but this time she stalked to the head of the stairway without so much as nodding in his direction.
Jimmy,
she called out in a pleading voice.
Don't get into no trouble 'cause of that silly over there.
As far as Paul was concerned, the couple seemed to be nice people. They rarely made noise in the apartment and seemed generally friendly. This was the first time Paul had ever heard the man raise his voice. Most of the time, he was a soft-spoken man, even though he did look quite fierce with his heavy black mustache and thick beard. From the tone of the man's voice, there was no doubt in Paul's mind that the man was serious. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would make idle threats. As Paul listened, the radio went down in volume, showing that he wasn't the only one who took the man at his word. Paul didn't know how long it would last, but he was thankful for the temporary relief they would get from the woman. For the moment, she was scared, and Paul could only hope it would last until he was lucky enough to find himself another apartment. Since receiving the money, he had dwelled on the idea of finding another place. Once he finished paying out the money for the burial, he would be sure to have enough left over to finance the expenses of moving. It would be completely out of this district, he reflected. He owed himself that much. Maybe with a change of neighborhoods, his luck might change and the publisher would buy one of his novels. The heavy-set, dark-skinned man came up the steps. He stopped when he saw his wife standing at the head of the stairway. "The baby ain't gone back to sleep yet, huh?" he inquired in a deep voice. The woman shook her head.
Jimmy, I don't want you getting in no kind of trouble over that woman over there. Ain't no telling how your parole officer might take a disturbance like this. Jimmy. You know they don't need much of an excuse to send you back.
Before she could finish, the man cut her off. Why don't you watch what you're saying, woman? Everybody's business ain't nobody's business, he stated as he clutched her arm tightly and damn near pointed at Paul standing in the doorway. The woman quickly got the message. She shut her mouth so hard that Paul believed he could hear her teeth click. He felt foolish now, knowing that the man had it one in him to know about the parole, even though he didn't give a shit about it one way or the other. But since he was white, the only white person other than in the whole apartment building, he was under suspicion. Half of the people believed he was a police officer, while the other half thought he was a junkie. None of them believed the truth, that he was just a poor white man who lived there amongst them because the rent was cheap and he just didn't care about color. To Paul, a man was a man, no matter what his complexion was. "Thank you, sir," Paul said as he caught the man's eye. "Maybe now, maybe finally all of us will get some damn sleep. Good night to you, sir, and your lady," Paul said, then quickly closed the door. The man called Jimmy only nodded when he heard Paul speak, but it was enough. Paul was embarrassed, couldn't figure out why, he only knew that he was. It seemed as if he had been caught listening. He picked up the diary. This was one assured way of getting rid of that feeling. It worked because in moments he was completely absorbed in what he was reading. "Well, it has happened again, but this is the final time. I'll not allow her the chance to ridicule me again. Yet, even as I write this, I am aware that my pride has been hurt. It's the main problem. I have too much pride, so I can't accept a woman rejecting me, even though I know she cares. But as she says, she happens to be indulging her basic desires. She loves coke, but can't afford it, so she uses me. Do you see? She had done something she should have never done. So sure of her power over me, she came out and made these statements. Juanita might as well have called me a trick, a sucker. It was the same thing. It was the same thing when it was broken down and looked at right. She used me simply because I could afford to pay for all the f***ing coke she puts in her nose. If I didn't have the money, she wouldn't even be with me. That's why she laughed whenever I asked her to move in with me. The said she was looking for more out of life than what a petty dope dealer could give her. Can you dig the nerve of this? She came right out and told me this to my face. How much she considers to be a small-time dealer. Well, I decided to fix a little red wagon for her. At first, I asked her if she didn't think it was possible for us to work together and accomplish something. I didn't have to be small-time all my life. When I told Juanita about this, she burst out laughing. That's right, this little laughed in my face about it. Then she said that I would be small-time all my life, no matter who I had. Again, I let my pride get the better of me. I bragged to her that I had $10,000 stashed up. Juanita laughed again and said,
"See? That right there. That's what I'm talking about. You got 10 grand saved and you think you got some money. $10,000 ain't sh**."
I heard the words she said while watching her closely. I already knew $10,000 was no money, but I was trying to show her that we had a damn good start. But she didn't give me time to finish before she called herself laughing. But no matter, I still saw the look of greed jump into her eyes. It had surprised her. She hadn't figured I was sitting on that kind of cash. To fake her out, I asked if she wanted to see my bank book. The bitch was dying to see it, but tried to shine it off.
"Hell no,"
she drawled coldly.
"What you think I am? Some kind of freak to get my kicks out of reading what people have in the bank?"
"Well, anyway," I explained, "I just wanted you to know that if we hooked up together, we wouldn't be coming from the nub. I want to marry you, girl, not just shack up with you." Her cold laughter killed whatever feelings I'd ever had for her. She thought she was a cold bitch, but she wasn't ish. She had just signed her life over to me. The next time I gave her some cocaine, it was half coke and half heroin. The strongest heroin I could get. Juanita never knew the difference.
I began feeding the white poison to her, and in time, I'd have my sweet revenge. Don't no bitch laugh in King David's face and never had to pay the price. Now, we began to play at the game which I have come to know so well. In my diary, you can see where I've started marking the days. It took 3 months before the heroin and the cocaine mixed together paid off. After 90 days, the bitch was hooked on heroin like any other dope fiend in the motherfucking streets. Chapter 11. The nightclub was completely silent when Nancy finished singing I Remember April. The people inside the club went wild, clapping and stomping their feet. Others in the audience used the knockers that had been passed around. As though he were the husband of the singer, Moon beamed proudly, his fat face flashing a wide grin for all to see. It made him feel good to know she had left their table and would be coming back as soon as she finished dressing. Her song had been the last one of the night. The floor show was finished for the evening. People began to get up and leave, some trying to beat the rest of the crowd, while others wanted the company of a group of people going out into the night. In the crowd, there was less chance of getting stuck up in the parking lot. Alvin watched the people file out. They remind me of cows, you know what I mean? One following the other. What the fuck do you know about cows? Rocky asked, really curious to know where a city boy would find out anything about cows. About the only cows Rocky had ever seen were those in the movies or on milk containers. When I was doing that bit for the feds, man, Alvin began, glad to be able to give out some kind of information no one knew anything about. I worked out at the cow barn. You know them federal prisons raise their own meat. Well, it was very interesting. Interesting, Mike, Moon said harshly. Shit, all you did was clean up cow shit. You mean you found that interesting? Or was it interesting because you could hit in any cow that was in heat, as long as none of the screws caught you? Rocky broke out laughing. Damn, Alvin, ain't nothing you can say. Whole Moon is hip to your shit. I'll bet he even got some pictures in his private stash of you of some sorry cow. At this statement of his power, Moon roared with laughter. He liked for people to talk about his power. It gave him a good feeling. Even though Moon was what people called a big-time gangster, he still didn't have the power he would like to have. People gave him more credit for strings that he could pull than he really had. Rumors flew around him, building him as a much bigger man than he really was. Hey, Moon, Alvin began, wanting to change the drift of the conversation now. Can you really fix that broad up like you said? What? Moon yelled, indignant now because his very word was doubted. Did I hear you say what I thought you said? Moon's voice dropped back down into a lower tone as he noticed people staring at them. Hold on now, Moon, Alvin quickly said. It ain't like it sounded. I know you could fix up the play so she could cut a record, but I'm talking about all that crap you gave her about the gold record. Know what I'm saying? I mean, you could swing some heavy shit like that? Alvin knew how to placate his boss. All he had to do was play on the man's immense vanity. You're damn right I can. Didn't you hear the damn woman sing? It ain't no problem getting no gold record. Hell no, he said, speaking more to himself than to his henchmen. The broad has stardom written all over her. I'm just surprised she ain't made it yet. Moon scratched his head slowly. I mean, you other guys heard her. She ain't just started out either. So why in the ain't no sharp son of a pick her up and put her in a position to get big money? Talent like what she got ain't easy to find. Just like the word came to us that there was some damn dame down here that could really sing, other people have heard it too. It do give you a reason to think, don't it? Rocky asked slowly as he began to understand what Moon was saying. Moon managed to catch Brenda's eye as she left the party of people she was letting out. She hurried over to the table, wondering what the hell they could want with her now. Hey, Brenda, Moon said as she came up, why don't you square with me? How come a broad as good as Nancy seems to have trouble? She should have been big time long ago. Brenda forced her lips into a smile.
she began after glancing around to make sure nobody was listening.
It's not a big secret. You saw her. Couldn't you tell?
Brenda waited a second, then added,
She drinks. She drinks like a f***ing fish. Maybe she has a problem, maybe not. I know she's been slowing down since Mr. Wilson gave her a job here. A few years ago, she couldn't even hold a job down. But now, well, you have to give her credit. She takes a sip now and then, but she doesn't allow it to come in front of her job.
Moon sat back in his chair and rubbed his chin. I figured there was something wrong, but since you say she changed her ways, I'll still take a chance. Brenda shook her head.
Just don't say anything to her about what I said. Her and I are pretty good friends, and I like to keep it that way.
Sure, honey, Moon stated as he pushed his chair back and pulled out his bankroll. He peeled off a $20 bill and gave it to her. This is for all the trouble you had to go through for me tonight, Brenda. She smiled, then tucked the money down in the front of her dress.
Mr. Moon,
she said as she smiled brightly.
You know it's always a pleasure for me to do business with you.
After flashing them another bright smile, she turned and left. It had been a pretty good night after all. Moon had tipped her good, and when she added his tips together with the other tips she received, it was a damn good night for her. As she walked away, she wished that she could have 3 or 4 nights in a row like this one. Maybe then she might be able to get that mink coat out of layaway. Brenda moved to the front of the club, wishing everybody a good night. When she saw Nancy come out, she waved at her and continued to play hostess at the front of the nightclub. Nancy made her way over to Moon's table.
Well, here I am,
she said as she joined them. Oh yeah, Moon said as he slowly got to his feet. Would you care for a drink before we leave? Nancy shook her head.
No, thank you,
she replied quietly.
I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Moon had already offered to drop her off. She really wanted to hear more about this wonderful record company he had been talking about. Moon beckoned to his men and they got up. Rocky and Alvin led the way through the small crowd of people jammed around the front door of the club. For some reason, people seemed to like the front of the bar for their last-minute conversations with friends going in another direction. Brenda was doing her best to shoo them out, but it wasn't enough. Walking closely behind Alvin and Rocky, Moon and Nancy didn't have much trouble getting through the crowd. The 2 lieutenants just shoved their way through. There were angry yells, but people usually got out of their way after seeing who it was. A few people trying to impress others spoke to Nancy. She waved left and right at people. Some of them were people she really knew, while others were people she had never seen before. You're very popular, ain't you? Moon inquired as he took her arm and propelled her toward the front door. In seconds, they were out on the sidewalk. All around them were small clusters of people. The night air was becoming chilly. Nancy pulled her wrap tighter around her shoulders, but it wasn't really necessary. In a moment, they were at the door of the limousine. Rocky held the rear door open for them, while Moon helped Nancy into the back seat. It was the first time Nancy had ever been in such an automobile. As soon as Moon was settled, he reached over and pulled out the bar.
Well, I'll be damned,
Nancy said in surprise.
I've heard about people having bars in the back of their car, but this is the first time I've ever seen one with my own eyes.
Let me fix you a drink, Nancy, Moon said slowly as he began to play bartender.
Okay, put a touch of lime in it, will ya?
After mixing the drinks, Moon sat back contentedly. He watched the streets flash past. You know, he began, this is a wonderful hour to be up. Everybody else is sound asleep, getting ready for the morning. But me, I like to be up when daybreak comes. It happens to be a sight that I can never get enough of. Nancy smiled.
You don't think there will be any problem today over me cutting a couple of numbers, do you?
She asked seriously. Moon let out a deep laugh. None whatsoever. I just got to make a call or 2 in the morning. You have my number, so just do like I say. Call me at 1 o'clock. By then, everything should be set up.
I hope so,
Nancy said seriously.
Every time something looks like it's about to break for me, something that you wouldn't think possible will always happen.
Well, not in this case, dear. You got Moon taking care of the business end for you, so ain't nothing going wrong. Moon tossed off his drink and watched the way she toyed with hers. Hell, he reasoned, she damn near had her drinking problem solved. If she was still on the juice, ain't no way she would sit up and nurse that shit. You just get you a good night's rest, Nancy, Moon stated like some worried father. I want you up and ready for tomorrow, or rather today. We're going to have one busy day. First, we'll have to go by my lawyer's office and sign the contracts. Then, we'll end up over at the recording studio.
I just wish we were on our way there now,
Nancy stated nervously. She couldn't get it out of her system. For some reason, she was worried. Maybe it just seemed too good to be true.
I mean,
she continued,
good things like this just doesn't happen to me. Something always comes up to spoil it.
Moon laughed loudly. I tell you, girl, you don't have nothing to worry about. He stared at her closely, unless there's something else worrying you other than what we've been talking about. The intercom came on and Alvin's voice spoke to them from the front. We're at her house now, boss, he informed them over the speaker.
Damn,
Nancy said quickly.
I hadn't even noticed, but it sure is my damn apartment building.
She turned around and picked up Moon's hand.
Thanks for everything,
she said quietly. She fumbled with the doorknob but couldn't get it open. Suddenly the door opened, but only because Rocky was outside holding the door. She climbed out slowly and flashed them a smile.
Well, I can always say I did get a ride home in style.
Alvin closed the door after she got out. They watched her go up the steps. Then Alvin got back into the car. Where to from here, boss? Rocky inquired as he glanced back at Moon. The glass partition that had been put up because they had company in the car slowly went down. Now Moon could talk over the seat to his men. I don't know. I'm still a little bit hungry. Maybe we better ride downtown and have us a steak dinner before heading back to the crib, Moon stated casually. For some reason, he wasn't in a hurry to go back home. When he was at his house, it was just the other way around. He hated to leave, but once in the streets, he never wanted to rush right back. Which steakhouse should we go to, Moon? You know it's kind of hard to find a good one open, Rocky said, at this time of the night anyway. F*** it, Moon cursed loudly. Hell, I don't want just anybody's cooking. It has to be the f***ing best. He fell silent for a minute, thinking on the problem, then added, hell, if I can't get what I want, I don't want a f***ing thing. Soon they were on Broadway and 54th Street. Turf's Lounge was closed, so they cruised around for a bit, searching for a place that would satisfy Moon's particular tastes. I'll tell you what, Moon said as he leaned over and tapped Alvin on the shoulder. Let's go to the Ham and Eggs restaurant. They generally stay open all night and have damn good food. Alvin parked in front of the restaurant on 51st Street. The three men went in quickly and had a quick meal. When they came back out, they could see streaks of gray in the sky. Well, it won't be long now before daybreak, Rocky stated as he held the door open for Moon. Moon took a quick glance at the sky. Yeah, he answered slowly. I guess it's time for us to go in. Maybe I could get a little sleep now. He settled back against the cushions of the car and tried to close his eyes. Everything has worked out fairly well this evening, so I shouldn't have any complaints. I was lucky enough to swing one of the singingest in the country into my stable. By the time I get her under a fucking contract, why hell, who knows? She just might put out the next #1 record. Rocky grinned at his boss. With your luck, Moon, it shouldn't be too hard. Luck, hell, Moon answered sharply. A man makes his luck. When I start to make money off this fucking songbird, people will start to say the same thing. Ain't he lucky? Ain't he lucky? But just stop and think for a minute. People been going in there listening to her sing every night, yet nobody has taken advantage of it. I ain't the only person in the world to go about having a damn record company cut a record. All it takes is a little money and enough nerve to take the risk and put up that money. But if I get lucky and she does put out a good record, all you will be saying the same damn thing. Ain't Moon lucky? Ain't Moon lucky? Moon laughed coldly. Yeah, I'm lucky. Lucky enough to have the brains to know when to put my money out on the good thing. Now drive this fucking junk heap on so that I can get me some fucking sleep. He looked out at the sky and marveled at how beautiful it was to see dawn breaking, not realizing that it would be the last one he would ever see. Chapter 12. The early morning hours had slipped away, and Paul found himself still awake. He stood up slowly and stretched his long arms over his head. Next, he bent down and touched his toes, trying to shake out the cramps he had gotten from sitting in the same position too long. It was still too early for the morning laborers to be rising. It was that time that you could call the in-between time. The night people were starting to make their way in for the night, while those people with early morning jobs were just reaching over and turning off their alarm clocks. Paul went into the kitchen and put on a fresh pot of coffee. It was sort of surprising to him to find out that he had consumed the whole pot. Usually, one pot would last 2 or 3 days. As he worked, his mind kept returning to the diary. King David had been one hell of a man, he reflected as he waited for the coffee to heat up. Paul made a useless trip to the icebox, knowing beforehand that there was nothing inside of it that he could eat. He still opened it out of habit and let his eyes roam around the empty shelves. The only thing the refrigerator contained was an old pop bottle that still had a small portion of pop. Paul made a face and closed the refrigerator door. The sound of the coffee pot steaming came to him suddenly, and he knew it was ready. He quickly poured out a cup, then returned to his bed, lighting up a cigarette first, then setting the ashtray in easy reaching distance. He picked up the diary and settled back to resume his reading. Janet and her crowd have gone from snorting to shooting dope now. It won't be long before the wheels come off the wagon. I just about reached one of my goals in the past 2 years, so money ain't the problem. I ain't never had the kind of money I've got now. I need $10,000 more before I'll have the amount of money I set out to get. At times I feel as if I should forget about trying to reach $50,000, but I'm stubborn as hell. I could freeze right now and never look back. Selling dope is a job. You don't know who to trust. And it's getting so bad that your very life is on the line. If things get any worse, I might just stop altogether and try something else. The next entry was dated a week later. Just came back from Mexico, and I must say, them down there are out of sight. But if you don't speak the language, you're in trouble. We went down there to check out a connection, but I don't trust the fucking Mexican that I met. I went to Nut City on them, cause I don't give a f***. It will be something else if I needed it, but who needs the headache? Not me, that's for damn sure. The drugs he showed us were supposed to be able to take an 8 cut. Now, if I could step on my dope 8 times, wow, this will get rich. But that's the hang up as far as I'm concerned. It's too sweet, except for the fact that the Mexican won't deliver it across the damn border. I'm partnering up with on this deal still wants to go for it. He believes we can get it out. I'll have to think on the matter a little more. If I could put some faith in the Mexican, I might just go for it. Bill, my partner, still wants to make the buy in Mexico. If we spend $4 grand apiece, we could get a kilo. Now, that is one hell of a deal when you stop and think about it. If we come up with a kilo that we can step on 8 times, that will give us 8 kilos. Now that's what I would call a hell of amount of dope. I ain't never had that much stuff on my hands in my life, and I don't think I want it now. Bill is a user. I just found that out. Even though that doesn't make that much difference, it still gives me an insight into why he wants to close this deal so fucking bad. I know it sounds good, but I also realize that if we make the buy, we still will have to get the drugs out of Mexico, and that's a fucking job. Damn, Janet and Bill are bugging the shit out of me to get some cash out so they can get this sweet fucking deal. Don't know why, but I'm still not sure I want any part of it. For one thing, I don't really need that much stuff. It may sound sort of silly, but I'm afraid to have that much dope around. Shh. If I've made it as far as I've made it without coming close to getting busted or ever having that much stuff on hand, why the should I change my style of dealing now? Damn, we had a hell of a roll when I told Bill and Janet that I wasn't going through with it. You would have thought that I took their last dollar from them or something. I had to threaten that Bill. I told him I stepped off in his if he called me out of my name. I ain't about to let nobody, I mean nobody, force me into nothing I don't like. It ain't the money. Hell, if that was the case, I'd give them the $4 grand and let them take all the risks. But that ain't the case. If them I get busted and I get my money up tied with them, shit, the next time I open my door, the police would more than likely be there. So I didn't want any part of it. Bill stopped by and told me he was going to cop without me. Just to keep my finger in the pie, I gave him $1 grand. I did this for insurance. After giving him the grand, I made myself entitled to know his plans. I also told him I didn't want Janet in it. That was my excuse for not getting down all the way. He went for it the same way a fly heads for shit. Janet came over tonight, steaming mad. It seems as if Bill told her what I said. Good! I pulled her coat to the real deal. I don't want her involved. Not because I care for the bitch or anything like that, because she is the only one in the crowd who knows anything about me. So I don't want anything, and I mean nothing, to happen to her. Bill and his woman Dolores left today for Mexico. They stopped by and I gave them the $1,000 I promised. I also told them to deliver my share of the dope to Janet's pad. I don't want them coming here. Again, this was nothing but the fake out. As soon as they left, I went back in my bedroom and picked up my suitcases. It just goes to show I don't trust a motherfucking body. I moved the same day and cut the phone off. I moved to another apartment, one that nobody knows about, not even Janet. This is the best protection I could think of to put on myself. As of now, I don't need it. But you can never tell when you're dealing with addicts and their drugs. Billy left Monday afternoon for Mexico. Now, 3 days later, the shit is in the fan. Gerald, the square who stays in the apartment across from the one I moved out of, told me what I had been halfway expecting. I called him this evening. He works days in some kind of factory, but he got the news from his wife when he came home from work. It seems as if half of Los Angeles' finest detectives raided my whole apartment. Now, I'm not sure it's related to the trip that Billy made. I can't think of any other reason for the police to come storming into where I had lived. From the information that I've been able to gather, the boys in blue were put out because I hadn't sat still and waited for them. If it hadn't been for me using a little foresight, I think I would have been behind bars at this moment instead of writing these notes down. Had to post bond to get Janet out of a fucking bust that shouldn't have ever happened. But better her than me. I had my lawyers swing the deal because I don't want to get involved. From what I can gather, the police are looking for someone named King David. Maybe I'll have to change my white slave name and pick me a real soul brother tag. Maybe I'll start calling myself Mr. X. That's as cool as any other. I lost $1,000 on that deal, but I retained my freedom, so it was worth it. Janet wants to say I'm us because I saved her dumb from getting busted. If I allowed her to go along with silly Billy, she would be uptight in Mexico, the same as Billy and his woman. Now that's tough shit. It still ain't no reason for the bastard to be snitching the way he is. He had to give them Janet's address or they wouldn't have been able to bust her. It cost me 6 $25 balloons when they busted Janet. The dumb bitch was laying up nodding when they came in on her, so she couldn't clean up. Well, it's her, not mine. I'm just glad she didn't have my new address, because they just might have caught me dirty.
If not dirty, they would have kept all the cash money they found or tied it up so that I wouldn't have been able to use it for the next 5 years. The white man is a motherfucker. If a had any hopes of ever getting ahead, he had better learn how to play the white man's game, to only use his own rules. That's the trick. Use your own rules. Now, I know I've been in Los Angeles about as long as I can last. If I stay here much longer, I'm gonna get knocked out of the box, even with the setback and the rest of the shit I gained while losing. Now, I'm only 5 or 6 grand away from having my full $50,000. I put in my order for a new Cadillac. It shouldn't be long now. Paul sat straight up in the bed. 50,000. The thought of the money flashed through his mind, but Paul shook the idea away. Maybe at the time he wrote in the diary he had it, but now, no way. Paul glanced up at the top of the page in the diary. January 10th, 1973. Just a few months ago. What could have happened to the money? If what he had been reading in the diary was true, the money should be somewhere around. It had to be. Paul glanced at his hand and noticed he was trembling. Hell, this crap he was reading was bullshit that King David wrote down to pass the time away. Paul got up and fixed a fresh cup of coffee. He didn't even notice how light it was getting in the room. What the hell, Paul reasoned. If there was any truth in what he read, the diary should give him a key to where the money was. He went back to the bed and reopened the diary. This time his interest was more than just curiosity. Greed was mixed with it. King David's next entry revealed the foresight the man had had. Since moving, Janet has no way of getting in touch with me. That's cool, because I know the cops are watching her. I rapped with her on the phone, but got tired of listening to the bitch beg. She's supposed to be sick. Tough shit. It ain't my problem if she was silly enough to let herself get strung out. This crazy had the nerve to tell me that it was my fault she was a junkie. It's hard to believe, but that's what she says. Well, I do feel sort of responsible for her, so I left her a small package at the motel where I first met her. Yes, it just goes to show that I've really got a heart. She doesn't know it yet, but that was the last time we will ever do anything together. So it was sort of like a going away package for me. I left her a piece of stuff. It's worth over $500. So if Janet uses any kind of sex, she would be able to get herself through with it. Shit, ain't nobody ever did nothing like that for me. Just up and gave me something. Shit, no way. Never, ever. Now I have got problems. Juanita is acting up. I had hoped to do something for the bitch, like break both her legs before I left or something like that. I got her strung out damn good, and I know she's been turning tricks to keep up her habit, but that ain't enough for me. I want to see that dirty wallow in mud before I leave, but it don't look like I'm going to get the chance to see it. I might as well put the truth down, since I'm the only one who will ever see this while I'm living. I got weak at the last moment. Yep, I still found myself drawn to the dirty bitch, even though she had damn near spit on me. Well, I offered her a chance again, even though I knew she was a junkie. Now, can you imagine a dope fiend turning down a sure thing? I told her I'd help her with her habit, but instead of that making her happy, she screamed on me.
Help me? I'd rather have help from a snake. If it wasn't for you, you bastard, I wouldn't be in the shape I'm in now.
Well, from her words, it wasn't hard for me to figure out that she was hip to the fact that I had handed her heroin for coke until she was strung out. But still, it was too much for me when she cursed at me.
King David, you low-life motherfucker, you! If it were any way possible, I'd see to it that the police jammed your ass in jail and kept you there until the f***ing walls fell down.
Yeah,
I think those are just about her correct words. Even when I write them down, I get that cold feeling that practically strangled me the day she tossed them in my face. When she talked about police, I knew the was dangerous, but I still wouldn't have wasted any time on her. I didn't think there was anything she could pin on me. I can still remember the day she called crying and told me she was sick, but it wouldn't be for long. If she could only get a favor that morning, she would be all right because she had called the Bricks Foundation and they were going to send somebody over to pick her up. Yeah, the bitch was going to the hospital to kick. She was planning on getting that monkey off her back once and for all. It was as if someone had tossed cold water in my face. Kick! If the ever kicked, she would be back where she began. I knew I couldn't have that. I had to make the funky black pay for her arrogant ways. Ain't a alive ever treated me the way she had, and now she was planning on kicking. The only thing that I had on her was the knowledge that I had strung her out, and I knew that as long as she remained a junkie, she would catch pure hell. So I made my plans accordingly. She was committing herself that afternoon. It didn't leave much time. I was supposed to be picking up my new ride that morning too, so I went into the bedroom and started to pack. As I stacked the 50 grand neatly in my bag, I made my final plans for her. Paul reread the sentence about the money, then leapt up from the bed and ran to the closet where he had shoved the other small suitcases without opening them. He carried a bag back to the bed and tried to open it, but found a small lock on it. He didn't bother to check the keys on the keyring. He just took a small knife and forced the lock. The clothes stacked neatly on top were shoved to the side. As soon as he moved them, Paul saw the first bundle of money. He held his breath and then started to take them out one at a time. For a long time afterward, Paul just sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the money. It was the first time he had ever seen so much of it. He didn't even bother to count it. If King David said there was $50,000 there, he believed there was more. $50,000. Paul had trouble getting over the shock of it. Then his mind went back to what he had been reading, and he wondered about what had happened to the girl. She had caught so much hell already just for having been unlucky enough to have met King David. For him to be crazy enough to have done something to her was too much for Paul to believe. King David had to have been mad, Paul believed. The man had surely been insane. Paul stacked the money back like he found it, then pushed the suitcase under the bed. Then he reopened the diary. Since I don't have that much time, I decided to make my moves all at one time. The dope that I had left, I fixed up into another package and put it between a folded newspaper. I called Janet and told her I had another package for her and where she could go pick it up. The next thing I did was to pick up the small package of raw dope that I had and fixed it up for Juanita. Since it was pure, I didn't worry about it too much, but just so that I wouldn't take any chances, I made a trip down to my old caddy and opened the hood up and scraped some of the white battery acid off the battery. I took this back upstairs to my apartment and reopened the small package of dope. I shook the acid out and mixed it up until I couldn't even tell the difference between it and the pure dope. To make sure everything was going to go right, I called Juanita up and told her I'd bring her some stuff, but she had to be by herself. Being so self-centered, the bitch instantly thought that I wanted to bet her down and, like a true dope fiend, came up with a story instantly.
I'm on my period, David,
she said, lying through her motherfucking teeth. Yeah, I answered, but ain't nothing wrong with your head, is it? I was just playing along, letting her silly think I really wanted her. To cap it off, I asked her, was she sure she wanted some stuff since she was going in the hospital that day. I played my cards to a T. Knowing dope fiends the way that I did, I knew she couldn't turn down that last fix. None of them can, not while they are still strung out. She tried to fight it, For a minute, I thought I might have overspotted my hand, mentioning the hospital to her. Since she had made up her mind to go in the hospital, I knew she was tired of using, but the attraction of the drug won out.
Okay, David.
She answered in a weak voice.
I'll be here. You're not going to be too long, are you?
She asked in that lost little girl voice she sometimes used. Don't worry about a thing, Mama, I answered, then hung up. I checked the small package out once more. Then I took all my bags downstairs and put them in the car. After that, I went back upstairs and wiped everything off, hoping that I didn't leave any prints. Though there was really no reason for this, I did it anyway, being on the safe side and all that. It took me a few minutes to drive the freeway. Then I was parking a few doors down from her house. Again, there was no reason for me to be careful since I was trading the old Cadillac in on a new model in another hour. But I used caution anyway. Practice makes perfect, so they say, so I was careful. Juanita was waiting at the top of the stairs for me. She led me back to her apartment. I checked, making sure nobody saw me as I entered her room. She didn't waste any time. She had her cooker ready, but I put her off. Hey, baby, I yelled. Ain't you forgetting something? She wet her lips.
We can take care of that after I get the stuff in me, King. I'm sick right now.
Sick my I screamed on her. I don't want no dead I said, then burst out laughing. She couldn't dig what was so funny, but I did. Dead. That's just what it would have been. Nah, baby, I stated coldly, then walked over to the couch and flopped down on it. I opened up my pants and pulled out my... You better get a towel or something. I don't want spit all over me. There were real tears in her eyes. I knew she wanted to tell me to kiss her, but she didn't have the nerve. She wanted the dope too badly. She went to the bathroom and got the towel. I made her kneel down in front of me. Then I lifted her until it was covered with her tears. I wanted to f her then, real bad. As she started to sob, I pushed her away and fell down on the floor next to her. She was crying loudly now. The sounds of her shame only aroused me. Hey, Mama, you ain't forgot me, have you? I inquired coldly. This is the little man, remember? The one who would never be nothing, or something like that. Right? What was it? I asked as I f***ed out together. She didn't even have any Kotex inside, so I was right. The had lied. I could feel the soft hairs over her, and they aroused me like always. It was at this time that she reminded me of a white girl. She was the first black girl I'd ever betted who had soft hairs. I making a grunt from the fucking pain. I'm pretty well, so I could get a sound or two out of the average woman. With her legs spread as far as I could get them, I started to... She cried like a baby, causing me to stand up before I was ready to... I wanted to have another, but she wasn't about to stand still for it. She wanted to shoot the dope at once. There was nothing I could do to prevent it. I went into the bathroom and washed up, making sure I didn't leave any prints. When I came out, she had the dope cooked up and was scratching for a vein. I started to leave. There was no reason for me to watch it, but she got a hit before I could get out the door. Her eyes were large as she watched me. Then they carried a look of surprise. Her mouth opened as if she wanted to scream, but no sound came. She rubbed wildly at her arm as she snatched the outfit out, then fell over onto her side. She kicked once or twice, then she was perfectly still. I walked over and looked down at her. Snot poured from her nose, and a long stream of it fell down on her chin. Her legs were wet from where her bowels had busted up on her. As I stared down at her, a lump of came running down her leg. I looked at it, and the thought flashed through my mind that she wasn't so fucking fine after all. After one more glance at Miss Fine and Mighty, I turned on my heel and departed on my way to pick up my new Cadillac, and then from there, I hit the highway. Like I said, Los Angeles and me had had enough of each other. It was time for me to go back to the Big Apple. After all, I've been out here for damn near 5 years. It's time I slow down. Maybe now I can settle down and live respectably. Something I've been wanting to do all my life. Chapter 13. That's a beautiful sight, boys, Moon said, drawing the other two men's attention to the sky. Look at it. Ain't no artist living can capture that beauty on canvas. No siree. That's something can nothing touch. Hell, Moon, I ain't never figured you for a nature lover, Alvin said with a grin. Now me, I don't ever notice nothing until I get locked up. Then I can see a bird flying, and I'll watch it fly. Or wonder about a fucking mouse and figure he better off than me. Yeah, that damn jailhouse will make a man notice everything. Yeesh, Rocky said, not wanting to be left out. I was raised on a farm. What I miss is that country smell, you know, the grass smelling fresh and the wind blowing without the smell of factories in the air. Now that's something ain't nobody able to put together. The real fresh air of the country. What you miss about the motherfucking country, Moon said with that cold wit of his, is the outhouses and wiping your ass with your thumb cause your poor country boy sure in hell can't afford to buy no damn toilet paper. All the men laughed loudly at the truth of the statement. Rocky grinned sheepishly. Hell, Moon, he answered. We didn't have to use our thumb. Hell, any old country boy will tell you all you need is some of that sweet-smelling grass. Shucks, boss, it's even better than some of this paper you buy up in Harlem. Yeah? If it is, you better change the store you're shopping at, Moon grunted as he leaned over and began to fix himself another drink. You boys want me to fix you something? Yeah, Alvin said quickly. I'll have one, boss. How about a shot of scotch with a dab of milk if you got any? He knew all the time there was milk back there because he stocked the bar. Make mine the same thing, only keep the milk out of it, Rocky stated. Moon mixed the drinks expertly, then passed them over the seat. You boys hurry up and drink them down. We don't want no hassle from no cops if we should be unlucky enough to be stopped by them. Moon drained off his drink, then fixed another one. He closed his eyes and nursed the drink in his lap. At this rate, I'll end up being a fucking rummy, he warned himself. Rocky handed the glasses back over the seat as soon as they finished them. Thanks, boss, he said, smacking his lips to show his appreciation. It ain't every day a like me gets a chance to drink whiskey like this. Rocky, Moon said, you're a damn liar. You get a chance to drink good whiskey every day, 'cause whenever you think I ain't looking, you fix a quick one off my bar. Moon glanced at his watch. I'll be glad to reach the pad. I feel like I can sleep the rest of the week. Boys, we're going to have to start going out more. I really enjoyed myself tonight. Hell, I need to get out. Maybe it will help me stop drinking so much. You know, just hanging around the apartment, a man ain't got nothing else to do but take a drink to kill the time. That's our problem. Too much fucking time on our hands. Maybe I'll start going out to the track. Moon's voice had dropped to a whisper as the hard liquor hit him. Alvin glanced in the mirror and shook his head. He sometimes wondered how much liquor Moon could hold without falling out. The man seemed to be bottomless. Whiskey didn't affect Moon the way it did other men. He never seemed to get drunk. The only thing it seemed to do to him was make him sleepy. As the long automobile weaved its way through the light morning traffic, another figure waited patiently for its arrival. Mike walked to the corner, then turned around and came back past the apartment building. His steps grew slower as he came abreast of the entrance. Then he continued on. For a minute, he hesitated, undecided on whether or not he should go on up. Maybe Moon was upstairs. Maybe he just sent the big car out to be fixed or something. It wasn't like Moon to stay out all night, so maybe he wasn't out at all. That would be if Moon was upstairs and had been up there all this time. Mike leaned against the wall. His wounds were acting up. He had lost too much blood. If he continued on like he was doing, he wouldn't have the strength to do the job when the chance arose. Finally, out of desperation, Mike decided to go upstairs and find out for himself. This waiting was too much. He glanced up at the sky. No, it didn't make sense. Moon didn't stay out this late. He couldn't think of anywhere that Moon could be this late. More than likely, he was upstairs in his bed, sleeping like he owned the world. Straightening up, Mike pushed himself away from the wall. He made sure he had himself under control before starting towards the entrance. He didn't want to draw too much attention to himself, so he walked carefully, taking measured steps. The lights inside the lobby almost blinded him. He blinked once or twice, then made his way toward the elevator. Mike wasn't worried about being noticed because he knew the nightman on the desk was aware he worked for Moon. There wouldn't be any unwanted questions, but he was lucky anyway, because the desk clerk had left his station for a minute, and the bellboy on night duty was dozing in a chair. Mike took his time and tiptoed across the large, well-furnished lobby. He stepped into the waiting elevator and pushed the button that would take him to the top floor. The elevator went up without making any noise and stopped on the penthouse floor. Mike walked down to the apartment, then stopped at the door. He checked the pistol in his belt, removed it, and placed it in his coat pocket where he could keep his hand on it. If necessary, he would be able to shoot through his coat. Mike rang the bell with 3 short bursts, the signal that only members of the gang knew about. Jojo, the Japanese houseboy, opened the door. He stared at Mike.
You know it, boss, tonight?
He asked. Mike brushed on past him into the apartment. Hell no, Mike answered. Where the hell is Moon? Not really knowing, Jojo shook his head.
Me not know. Boss no tell me he gone. He no tell me nothing.
Okay, Jojo, you can go to bed. I'll be here when Moon comes back, so don't you worry about it.
Good, good,
Jojo replied with a short bow, then disappeared into the rear of the apartment, where the bedrooms were located. Mike began to feel weak. He stumbled toward the bathroom. Once inside, he pulled his shirt loose and looked at the wounds. He didn't know anything about stopping the cut from bleeding. The only thing he could think of was to wet a washcloth and hold it against the wound. Soon, the heat from the cloth soothed him to such a degree that he found himself nodding on his feet. His head would fall forward for a while, then suddenly he would wake up. He sat down on the toilet seat, his head nodding against his chest. Mike was in that position when Moon and his 2 gunmen came in. They walked into the apartment and stopped at the bar. Mike was asleep in the bathroom and didn't even wake up. Rocky went behind the bar and poured himself a drink. You want one before turning in, boss? Yeah, Moon answered loudly. I might as well. It helps me to sleep better at night. Rocky filled the 2 drinks and looked at Alvin, who declined. Alvin then pushed past Rocky and opened the panel. You want your pistol out of there, Rocky? He inquired as he took his own gun down. Nah, I'll get it a little later on. Shh. It felt good not having that weight on me for a change, Rocky said as he finished mixing the drinks and pushed Moon's double shot toward him. Well, I felt naked myself, Alvin replied, and stuck his gun in his waistband. Moon and Rocky toasted each other, knocking their glasses together. The sound of their voices finally reached Mike in the toilet. He listened for a brief second, then removed his pistol from his coat pocket and started toward the door. He hesitated for a moment, then quietly pushed the bathroom door open and stepped into the living room. The 3 men didn't see him until he was almost upon them. It wasn't until Alvin saw the gun in Mike's hand that he realized they were in danger. At the look on Alvin's face, Moon spun around on his bar stool. One glance at Mike coming toward them caused Moon's bowels to become loose. The look on the man's face didn't leave any questions. There was murder in his eyes. Moon let out a scream of pure panic and tried to run around the bar. The first shot from Mike's gun took him right between the shoulder blades. A second shot shattered his spine. As he slumped forward, knocking a tray of glasses down, Rocky rushed toward the panel. He managed to push the button, but the sliding door was too slow. Mike's next shot took Rocky in the forehead, knocking him backward against the panel. Before Mike could fire again, Alvin had squeezed off 2 shots, both of them taking Mike high in the chest. He bounced back off the wall and tried to raise his pistol again, but another bullet smashed into his mouth and he was dead before he hit the floor. Chapter 14. Paul slowly put the diary down. Now he knew everything except why King David was killed. It didn't really matter now, though. After what he had just read, he knew that the man needed killing. He shouldn't have been allowed to live. Now, it was up to Paul to bury him. The very thought of it was repugnant, but he had given his word. He really didn't have to do anything but make the arrangements and then forget about it. But the more he thought about it, the more he decided not to waste too much money on the funeral. Paul slowly dressed. It would have been nice to be able to take the money and go into one of the big men's stores downtown and buy what he wanted. But he didn't believe he could ever wear the clothes in peace. After he got dressed, he picked up the small suitcase that he had put the money into and started for the door. His first stop was a mortuary where he made arrangements to have the body cremated. It was cheaper that way. After he left the funeral home, he drove around slowly, searching for just the right place. Down by 137th Street, he found just what he was looking for. It was a drug center that worked with youths from the city. Paul walked inside and glanced around casually. It was his first time inside such a place. He asked a young girl at the desk for the supervisor, then he sat down and waited for about 10 minutes until a brown-skinned woman came out of a rear office and walked toward him. Paul introduced himself, then she led the way back to her office. The sign on her desk read Mrs. Johnson. "Mrs. Johnson," Paul began, "I don't want to take up too much of your time." She cut him off.
Oh, don't worry about it. That's what we're here for, sir, to help people.
She smiled at him openly, and he was sure he had come to the right place. "You do work with drug addicts, don't you?" Paul inquired seriously.
Of course. That was one of our reform girls out there at the desk,
Mrs. Johnson said. "Good, good," Paul replied. "I have something for you. The only thing I want to be sure of is that you really use it on the drug addicts. Help them to help themselves. I don't care if you give the money to them or buy whatever it is you think they need." At the mention of money, her eyebrows went up.
Money?
She said in surprise.
I don't think I understand you, sir.
Paul smiled at her, then set the bag on top of her desk. He flipped it over, and the bundles of money came tumbling out. "This is for your people. Use it as you see fit." Paul got up and walked out of the stunned woman's office. Mrs. Johnson stared at the strange man as he walked away. She didn't speak. She was afraid he would change his mind, return, and pick up the money. Mrs. Johnson didn't spend the money right away. She held it for just over a month before spending the first dollar just in case he had come back for it. After Paul left, he got into the Cadillac. "Well," he said aloud, "I guess I'll keep the car. That much I do owe myself." He smiled, then thought about the funeral arrangements. Yes, it was the best thing he could have done. Why waste money on expensive funerals when the same money could be used to help some of the people King David had used to get this large sum of money? The junkies who were still alive were damn sure more in need of it than King David and his kind would ever be.